Good morning, all. We are welcome to this session. Today is going to be a workshop on research, and we are going to be having two facilitators. The first facilitator will be Dr. Muhammad Ladan from the Department of Nursing Sciences, Bayero University, Kano. And then the second facilitator will be Professor Sam Ibeneme from University of Nigeria. That will start around 11 after the 1 hour by Dr. Ladan. So without wasting much time, I will invite Dr. Ladan to please begin his presentation. You are on, sir. You can start if you can hear me.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here once again. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can share.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be discussing research problem design and procedure. So I know it's something that most of us here are familiar with, so I just want to remind us what you already know about it. So we're going to talk a little bit about research problem, what type of designs are employed, and then how to also do the research proper in terms of procedure. So by way of introduction, when we talk about research, as the name implies, research, you're looking for something that it's there but has not been brought to fore by others. It might be you want to identify an existing problem, you want to find a solution to a problem, you want to see if a particular gap exists in relation to something, or sometimes you just want to test a tool that has been developed by someone. So that is what research entails. So we are just going to go through it, not as in-depth like I'm taking an undergraduate class, just to kind of refresh your memories in terms of what you already know. So this is the learning objectives. At the end of the presentations, we want to look at what a research problem is, different types of research problems, steps in formulating a research problem, the outline of various types of research designs, and then critique the phases of the research process. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the outline of the presentation. So the introduction proper. So research is an essential component of any discipline that wants to expand, be it health professions, social sciences, arts. You must conduct research because you want to find out what you are doing is in line with what is existing. What you are doing solves the problem that you want to really address, and you want to also keep with the current trends of what's happening. So you have to conduct research in any discipline. So it provides a foundation for knowledge creation and also advancement. So conducting research requires careful consideration of the research problem, design, and procedure. So you have to be able to identify what the research problem is. You can't just wake up and say, okay, I want to conduct research without any of the things that I mentioned. So there must be a problem, you want to identify a solution, or you want to kind of test a tool or identify existing gaps, those things, because you don't want to waste resources. In the current world, we believe that resources are scarce, so you don't want to push your resources where they are not going to be utilized properly. So design and procedure, which are critical components of any study. Before you do any research, you must have a design, you must have a procedure. Why do you need a design? We're going to talk about it in, much later in the presentation. And why you need a procedure, we'll also talk about it. But put it at the back of your mind. when you're talking about design and procedure, one thing with research is whether you are doing whichever type of design, you want to do something that somebody will come after you and test to ensure that, yes, what you have done is correctly. So it's a pathway. It's like a recipe for cooking. Once you follow the same recipe, you're expected to get the same outcome. So the design and procedure are supposed to lead you to the same outcome if you have done it properly, so that somebody coming behind you will come and test and find out if it's okay or not. So you're talking about replicability in the future. So yes, the research problem. So the research problem is a starting point for any research project. You want to identify, okay, the gap that exists or the issue in the current knowledge or practice that the research aims to address. Why do I want to conduct this research? In the health sciences, you might say, okay, why is it that people are not getting the outcome from this particular type of intervention? You are giving a medication, but it's not solving the issue. People are not coming to hospital, but you are having high mortality rate. You are having students failing a particular course. So there exists a problem. So there must be a problem that is going to push you to carry out a particular research. It might be an existing gap. People have done a research in a particular field, but maybe they have been using the wrong approach of the design. For example, let me just jump to a little bit about the design. You want to find out why a particular group of people continue doing a particular type of unhealthy health practices. Let's say female genital mutilation, but you are doing a survey, for example. So it might not give you that true picture of what's happening. So you might decide to say, okay, maybe the gap has to do with the design. If we change it to a qualitative approach and we do, let's say, an interview for the focal group, we might be able to understand why these particular people, despite all the things that are in the media about female genital mutilation, why are they doing it? So now they'll start telling you, okay, it's because of this, it's because of that. But once you do a survey, you just send a survey, they'll just yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. You won't get the right information. So it might be a gap in the design. It might be that the population the research was done is too small that the generalization of the results is not going to be impactful. So it might be the gap on the population or the sample. So you must have a particular problem that is going to push you to carry out the research that you want to address. So some authors liken it to a destination before undertaking a study. Somebody like Hidma identified it that before you want to take a particular trip, you must have a destination at hand. So that is where you want to go. So as such, without it, the research process is not going to be feasible. So the research process is the way that leads you to the destination, and the destination is addressing that particular problem. So it will carry various forms, and the research problem determines the type of design to be done. I just gave you an example. If you want to carry out a particular research, you have to think about, okay, which design will address my problem better? Is it going to be a qualitative design? Is it going to be a quantitative design? Or do I even need to mix both qualitative and quantitative design so that I can get what I want? So the problem itself is the determinant of the type of process you are going to take. So I want you to look at it. Everything that we're going to talk about is linked. The problem, the design, and the procedure or process, they are all linked together. So once you're able to identify the problem, it will tell you, okay, this is the most likely design I'm going to adopt. And once you choose the design, this is the likely process that is most feasible for me to carry out this particular design. So, and when you talk about the process, it's going to also lead you to the type of instrument that's going to be used. So what are the sources of research problem? There are various sources, but Kumar summarizes them as the 4 Ps. So you have people, you have problems, you have programs, you have phenomena. So when you're talking about people, you have, for example, a particular condition that affects a particular category of people. Let's say people in northern Nigeria, people in southern Nigeria, people in Africa, people in Europe. When you are talking about problems that exist is, for example, the example that I gave you earlier, when a particular intervention is not working, you've been doing it, it's not solving the issue. So you want to address, okay, what is this? How can I address this? So it's a specific problem. So maybe it's programs. You have had instances where you have issues of immunization, rejection by people. For example, when you're talking about polio vaccination, people say, no, you will not vaccinate my child because it will make them not deliver in the future. They're going to affect their reproduction in the future. So it's a program that has an issue. So when you're talking about a phenomenon, talking about a particular type of scenario, let's say people failing particular course, people having relapse as a result of not taking particular medication. So these are phenomena that you want to understand. Female genital mutilation can be a phenomena. Infant immortality, trend of tobacco use. These are all phenomena that you want to kind of identify. So they can all be your sources of problem that you want to identify when doing your research. So, and all these 4 P's that Kumar has identified are also applicable either in the qualitative or quantitative type of research. So they can be the main drivers for your own type of design. So individual groups, communities, elderly, women of childbearing age are example of those particular group of 4 P's. You have program and existing program, for example, low back pain, which is one of the main issues that you see being researched in terms of health professionals working in the clinical area. You have maternal mortality. The programs when you're talking about issues like interventions, if you remember the rollback malaria program, you have keep polio out of Africa or out of Nigeria, diet and exercise and obesity, phenomena, class attendance versus exam pass rate, cigarette smoking versus lung cancer. These are all examples. They are not limited to this, but they can just give you a direction of what the 4 P's are: people, programs, and phenomena. So how do you formulate a research problem? Yes, I have a problem that I want to do a research, but I don't know how to kind of make it into a research directed or driven type of output that I want to look at it. So there are things that you need to consider when selecting a research problem. And this might include your interest, the magnitude of that particular problem, the level of expertise of that particular researcher, the relevance of that particular problem to the society, availability of existing data, and ethical issues. So when you're talking about the interest, it must be of interest to the researcher or the partner. Now you have people or organizations that sponsor a particular research. For example, you have Bill and Gates Foundation, you have MacArthur, you have the World Bank. They have their own agenda based on research. So if it's not in that particular their own research agenda, no matter the number of proposals you push, it's not going to be funded. So you're just going to spend your own money. But these particular people have their own type of research interest, which falls into their own research agenda. It might be maternal mortality, it could be infant mortality, it could be sanitation, it could be education, or whatever. All you have to do is just key into that particular interest the founders are doing. Sometimes it might be the interest of the person doing the research. For example, you are a health professional that works in the clinical area or a lecturer, and you have noticed something that is happening in that particular area. For example, you notice that most of the nurses are not kind of developing their own educational qualification. They only have a first degree, and that's all. Or the health professionals don't engage with the academics. So you want to see how can you bridge a particular gap? Why is it that this particular group won't associate with the other group? So that might be your own personal interest. When you're talking about the magnitude, you want to delineate the boundaries of the problem. This will save both time and resources. For example, it's impossible to say you want to do a research now that you change the entire world. So look at within the conservative area that you have. You want to do it within a particular locality, within a particular hospital, within a particular university, within a particular state, or you want to do it within a particular region. Maybe you say northwest, southwest, south, northeast. So look at how it applies based on that particular boundary and also the magnitude of that particular problem. You want to do a research that the magnitude applies to that area where you are doing the research. For example, you are talking about out of school children, where you want to do the study, for example, in Ekiti. And Ekiti has less number of out of school children compared to, let's say, Yobe, for example. So the magnitude of the problem exists more in Yobe. So you cannot say you're going to push all your resources to Ekiti because the problem is already half solved in Ekiti compared to when you say, for example, the Northeast Yobe, for example. So level of expertise. If you want to conduct a particular research, you have to look at the level of your expertise. You want to know, okay, can I do this particular research? Do I have the requisite training, exposure, the ability to understand the problem for me to conduct that particular research? So you don't just fall in blindly and say, okay, I want to do it. Even if you are not going to be able to do it personally, do you have the expertise around you in the team? Do you have people who can do proper data collection, proper data analysis, proper data interpretation, and writing the results? So you must look at that particular type of expertise for you to move.
Hello, sir. Can't hear you again. No.
Hello?
Yeah, before we were not hearing you.
Okay, apologies, please. So I don't know where you missed me. Did you hear about when I was talking about level of expertise? Okay. So when you want to talk about relevance, you want to look at problems that have relevance either to knowledge, people, or policies. So in the developed world, if you look at France, Europe, Canada, United States, they have a larger population of the elderly. And when you look at countries in Africa, the developing countries, Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, all those countries in sub-Saharan Africa, we have more of the younger population. So if you want to do a study and you want to look at maybe integration of certain conditions and how it affects quality of life. So you have to do it in a way that it applies to you. Just because you saw news headline talking about people in Europe, for example, in the UK, are having issues relating to dementia, Alzheimer's, it doesn't mean that it has applicability in Nigeria, for example. It might, but the applicability might be less. So look at the context, look at the relevance of that particular problem, and then do it. Now you see people pushing researches that has been done severally, knowledge, attitude, and practice of what do you call this, PMTCT, prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV, knowledge and practice of this, people have done so many research on it. So it might not have relevance on knowledge. It might not have relevance on the people. So you don't need to look at what research that you want to do that has relevance to the individuals you are going to, which research is it going to improve the knowledge that exists in the literature. So that you don't just waste your time, do something that you can never publish, for example, because the end product of every research is about communicating it through publication or seminars. So you need to look at the relevance. And then the next one is availability of data. You need to identify that data exists in what I want to do. Because if you want to do a research that has no data, you're just going to waste your time. You do literature review. By the time you want to do data collection, that's where you just hook up. You can't move forward. So you need to be able to identify that, yes, I can collect data. Sometimes the data exists, but you must follow a particular process, ethical processes, for you to have access to that particular data. You must ensure that, yes, you have that access to that particular data. Because if you are not, you are going to waste your time and it's not going to be feasible. Then the next one is ethical issues. You need to be mindful of the ethical issues. There was a time we were talking about research with somebody. He told me that he's been conducting research with students, but he never knew that he need to get consent of those particular students. So I was kind of, do you know that you have violated the ethical issues? Just because you're a lecturer doesn't mean that you can just call your student and start collecting personal information about them. So no matter how small you think a problem is, you must look at how it applies relating to ethics. Even when you are doing research on animals, there is an ethical process. So be mindful of these particular things: interest, magnitude, level of expertise, relevance, availability of data, and ethical issues. Then how do you formulate a research problem? So Kumar and Atian suggest that formulating a research program revolve around the following steps. One, you have to identify the broad field or subject area of interest to you. You want to do it on, let's say, if you're a physiotherapist, I'm a nurse. So if I want to do it in nursing, I need to zero it to the area that I think. For example, my own area is nursing informatics. I want to look at maybe computer human interaction in clinical area, applicability of technologies in classrooms. It might be the area that I want. So I am narrowing it down. I have identified that area. Then dissect the broad area into sub-areas. I have just did mine and said nursing informatics, and I'm looking at computer human interaction in either in the clinical area or in the classroom. So choose what is of interest to you. Interaction. Why is it that people, despite the availability of technologies, are not utilizing it in classroom teaching? Why is it that despite the availability of technologies, people in the clinical area are not using it? That is what is my interest. So that's what I want to study. Then you have to raise the research questions. This is where you break it into tiny bits. That's where you want to do, okay, what is the level of uptake of computers, what is the availability of computers in the classroom, availability of the internet, perception, attitude. This is where you bring all those things that you want to identify as research questions or objectives. The objectives and then how to assess them. How to assess them has to do with using the appropriate tools. So when you're talking about attitude, perception, luckily now you have most of these standardized tools existing. So all you have to do is just borrow them and adapt them to your own field of study. Before you one thing that I want to mention here is when you want to carry out such type of research, don't think about, okay, for every tool you must go and create your own separate type of questionnaire or type of focus group or type of interview guide. Most of these things already exist. All you have to do is just look at it based on the interest areas and then adapt it from the literature and just apply. Then you review the whole process. So this has to do with the research problems that we're talking about. So now, to be careful about time. So we want to talk about the research design. I told you that all of these are linked. So once you talk about the research problem, the next thing, and once you have identified the research problem, the next thing that comes is the research design. So Kellinger mentioned that a research design is a plan, structure, and strategy of investigation so conceived as to obtain answers to research questions or problems. So Creswell also looks at it as plans and the procedures for research that span the steps from broad assumptions to detailed method of data collections, analysis, and interpretation. And my own type of research, I just say it's a recipe for cooking your own research. What I mean by a recipe for cooking research is, if you are looking at chefs, when you go to a particular restaurant and you say you want to order, let's say, agege bread, you want to take it with, what do you take agege bread with?
With beans.
Good, with beans. So wherever you go and you order agege bread and beans, it should taste the same if it's a standardized process. So that means you should have a standardized recipe so that, yes, you know, okay, this one tastes better than the other one. It's because they are doing it the right way. This one, it does not taste like agege bread, or it does not taste like beans that you take with agege bread. So it's the recipe. They say, okay, two measures of flour, 1 pint of salt, butter or oil. It means that it is standardized. So it is a structure, plan, and strategy that is applied to getting the outcome. So that is what a design should look at when you're talking about research. Plans and procedures for the research that span the steps from broad assumptions, which are your initial views of how the research is done, to the details method of data collection, analysis, and interpretation. If they say cook it for 5 minutes, if you cook it for 7 minutes, it will not taste the same. If they say 1 pint of salt and you want to go and put 1 tablespoon, it's not going to taste the same. So you have to follow that particular process, that recipe, for you to get the desired outcome. So when selecting a research design, it should be based on, 1, the nature of the research problem. What type of problem are you taking? Is it a quantitative problem? Is it a qualitative problem? Is it something that you think affects people understanding? Is it something that you want to test a particular intervention? That will determine the type of problem that you want to do, the type of design you want to adopt. The next one is the researcher and personal experiences. If you have done it before, you know that this thing does not work, so you have to change that particular process. So that will also determine the design. You've been doing it, you've been using survey or cross-sectional design. You think it's more appropriate now for you to address that particular problem to use maybe a qualitative design or a higher level of quantitative approach. And then also the audience of the study. How do you want to communicate that particular research? The funders, for example, when they give you money to do a particular research, they don't expect you to come and take 20 years doing a research. They want it done as soon as possible. Because if they want to influence a policy, if they want to go and retire the money, they need that particular result. So you need to know, okay, what is it that the funders want, so that I can do that research in the way that they want to do it. So functions of a research design. There are 2 main functions according to Kumar. So what he identifies is identification or development of procedures and logistical arrangements required to undertake a study. That is the first function. The second one emphasizes the importance of quality in procedures to ensure their validity, objectivity, and accuracy. So looking at the first one, you are identifying and development of procedures in a logic arrangement. I told you from the beginning, when you're talking about the design, it has to do with step-by-step processes so that somebody coming after you will come and look at that process and say, yes, I have also gotten the right outcome, or I followed the right process, but I didn't get the right outcome. So it has to be something that can be replicated after you. So, and then you also need to identify the importance of quality in those procedures, because you need to do it in a valid process, in an objective way, and accuracy. Though this terminologies apply to quantitative terms, but when you're talking about qualitative, you need to do it in a credible way, in a reliable way, and the one that has also rigor when you're talking about qualitative research. So there are various type of designs, but they are usually condensed into these three particular levels. You have qualitative design, you have the quantitative design, then you have the mixed methods design. So we'll just briefly look at these individual designs. So for the qualitative, when you're talking about the qualitative designs, you're talking about things that has to do with rich text, words, verbal or visual representation of how people understand certain things. And when you're looking at that, there are various designs that fall into qualitative. You have phenomenology, the one that looks at people's lived experiences, somebody that has undergone a particular process, somebody that has lost someone, somebody that has survived COVID, somebody that has had female genital mutilation, somebody that has had experience widowhood, or somebody that has survived cancer. So their lived experiences, they will tell you how they went through that particular process. So for you, if that's what you want to look at, then phenomenology is the best approach for you. If you are looking at how people do certain things, why do a particular community do this? Dr. Samani, what do they call removing Belu in Hausa? This thing that babies after birth.
Aikin wuya? Aikin
Yes.
wuya ko?
Yes. What do they call it in English?
Kira aikin wuya.
There's this particular thing that
Uvula ko? Uvula.
yes, uvulectomy.
I think uvula ake kira.
Yes, at
Yes.
birth they'll call people these local I don't know what do they call it. They are not traditional birth attendants. They're usually men. They come with their scalpel and then they remove cut uvulas from babies. As soon as they remove it, they'll put it on their forehead. For a female genital mutilation, they'll come and cut part of the clitoris. So you want to understand, why do people do that? So you want to go with that particular setting, you look at what they do, or live with them to understand why they do certain things. So then ethnography is the best for you. So because this particular processes is not about sharing questionnaire, it's about looking at people, listening to people, having interaction with people to understand, underline that word, understand why they do certain things. Grounded theory has to do with you want to develop a theory on why people do certain things. So your main goal is to develop a theory on why a particular behavior is done by certain people, why health professionals in the clinical area don't want to advance in their academics, why people in their academics don't want to go back to the clinical area after they have attained a higher degree. So you want to identify a theory that will explain that type of phenomenon. Then grounded theory is the best approach. You have action research, participatory action research, you have case studies, you have narrative inquiries, and you have historical studies. The bedrock, the foundation of all these studies has to do with understanding phenomena through words or text. That is qualitative. So all these are types of designs that fall into qualitative research. Then what about the quantitative? The quantitative has to do with numbers. So every type of research that is interpreted using numbers falls into the quantitative approach. And here you have the experimental designs, you have the quasi-experimental designs. This is the type of study where you need to do an intervention approach. You introduce something to see whether it can change what is existing, whether it brings about a change, either positively or negatively. You have developed a type of teaching approach. You have developed a new medication. You have developed type of, let's say, exercise. So you adopt this particular type of designs, experimental designs or quasi-experimental designs, because they use intervention, they use what they call grouping or controls in order to identify a particular intervention, whether it works or not. Then you have the surveys. This is the one that you share questionnaire either online or through hard copy to find out whether people agree with something or not. It's a single one shot or one approach type of contact. You don't go back and say, okay, did you do it right or you don't do it? You just do it like a snapshot. Then you have observational studies. You have the cohort and case controls. So the cohorts are usually the longitudinal studies, the one that go forward. You don't know the outcome of the research. You only have the what you call it, what change, the modifiers now. So you want to follow whether it changes. For example, the longest cohort or longitudinal study that was done was a relationship between tobacco smoking and cancer. I think it was done in the UK. It was for 40 years. People were smoking and then they were followed for 40 years to see whether they've developed cancer. So that is an observational study. So you have the case control studies. The case control studies are usually retrospective. The outcome has already manifested. So you're going backwards in time to see whether they were exposed to a particular type of phenomenon that led to their development. You have people who have developed cancer now. So you want to see what is it that they were exposed to. For example, lung cancer. So you want to check the history, whether they were exposed to something like asbestos, they were working in asbestos factory, whether they have a family hereditary problem or all those things. What led to the outcome that manifested now? So the cohort is going forward, the case control is going backward. Another name for cohort is longitudinal studies. Another name for case control is retrospective studies. Or you have what is called the RCT, which are the pinnacle of the quantitative research. That is before the systematic review and meta-analysis. So the randomized control trials, they are also form of experimental designs where you have a particular intervention. You introduce it to one particular group and see whether it changes positively or otherwise in that particular group that you have, while you look at the control to see whether that particular manifestation does not come about. So when you're talking about quantitative research, the pyramid of quantitative research, the RCTs are way up there. So what we don't have here under quantitative, you have the systematic reviews, which are a titration of RCTs brought together to form a kind of document that will determine how a particular study is done. And then on top of the systematic reviews, you have what is called the meta-analysis, which is an accumulation of various systematic reviews brought together to inform a particular type of quantitative research. Then another type of research that was developed in the 60s is the mixed method. Some will even say it was as early as the late 70s and early 80s. because people are not getting the result that they want using purely quantitative. People are not getting the result that they want using purely quantitative and quantitative. So they decided to mix the two together. So this gave birth to what is called the mixed method research. You have different types, such as the sequential, where you have the quantitative and quantitative, one coming before the other. When you have quantitative coming first, you're talking about explanatory. When you have the qualitative coming first, you are talking about the exploratory. You have, maybe you mix grounded theory and surveys, maybe you mix longitudinal cohorts, and maybe case studies or historical studies, all those things. Then you have the concurrent, where the two are done at the same time. You are collecting data on qualitative, you are collecting data on quantitative. Parallel is almost similar. Transformative, where you start with one, change to the other, and then you go back to the other. And then multi-phase, all are various types of mixed method. So this particular research, Creswell, in I think 2012, had a very good book on it, Creswell and Creswell. So it's a literature that I think you'll find very informative in terms of mixed methods. So the research process and procedure. So whatever type of design that you take, it has its own pattern. So we talk about the types of design that you find under qualitative. Phenomenology and ethnography, they are two designs inside qualitative, but they have different type of approaches. So you don't say, okay, because I'm using qualitative, I'll use the same type of approach. Or I'm using quantitative, I'm taking longitudinal cohort and retrospective cohort or case control, and you think they are the same. They are different. So one needs to be mindful on how these particular processes are, so that, as I said earlier, you are thinking about replicability or reproducibility. People coming after you need to be able to identify that, yes, this can be done. Okay, somebody is putting questions. I will get back to the questions after this. So you need to be able to identify the type of process or procedure you're adopting, so that you get the right result, so that you don't go and publish your work and you say you did a systematic review, and then when somebody looks at it and say, no, this is a scoping review, or it's not even a review at all. So you need to be mindful of the type of process that needs to be done for that particular design. So in simple terms, the research procedure process is a systematic approach used to plan, design, conduct, and report research studies. It's the pathway for conducting all type of researches. So in 2010, Maltby and colleagues identified the following steps. The first one is identifying the research problem. So once you have been able to identify the research problem, the next thing that you need to do is review existing literature. So it's here that you want to know whether gaps exist, whether that particular problem has been already addressed, so that you don't waste your time doing it. What are the right tools to use? All will be found in that particular literature that you're looking at. Then you have to also identify the research questions. Here, some people will argue that it's the objective. So it depends on how you look at it. Whether you are the part of the group that say, okay, chicken comes before the egg, or the egg comes before the chicken. So whichever one, formulating the research question or formulating the research objective, this is where you have it, third level. So after the research question, it will now guide you to the most appropriate type of design you want to use. Are you going for qualitative? Are you going for quantitative? Which type of qualitative or which type of quantitative? It is at this level that you choose what you want to do. Then the analysis. Every type of design has its own type of analysis. If you are doing phenomenology, you want to use maybe interpretive phenomenological analysis. If you are doing a survey or an experimental research, are you going to do a correlation, association, or a t-test, you need to identify it at this particular level, because the design that you are choosing will now tell you what you have, what you are going to do. So that you don't say you are doing correlation, you are trying to identify relationship, and then you are doing chi-square. Or you want to identify differences, and then you are doing test of correlation, Pearson correlation. You have lost the outcome already, because you need to identify this type of test applies to this type of analysis. So once you have chosen a design, it tells you the type of analysis you want to do. Then the next thing is communicating your findings. I said, no matter how good a meal is, if it is not eaten, you don't cook food to throw it away. So no matter how good a research is, if it's not communicated, it's half done. So it needs to be communicated either through publication, through seminars, through workshops. You have to identify how to go about it. So Kumar also suggests that maybe rather than all these steps, we can condense them into 3 phases, but they are all similar. So he identified phase 1 is deciding what to do the research on. So it's still similar. You formulate the research problem. Phase 2, you plan the research study by 1, conceptualizing the design, constructing the instruments. But I told you, if the instrument already exists, you don't have to construct it again. All you have to do is just adopt or adapt it. So when I'm talking about adoption, you are taking the instrument wholly without changing anything and collecting your data. When I talk about adapting, is you are taking the instrument, changing some parts of it so that you can utilize it. So that has to do with adapting. Then writing the research proposal, submit, for example, funders is when you have a proposal, you submit it to funders, then they say, okay, yes, this is what we want, then they will give you funds to do the study. Then conducting the research itself, processing and displaying the data, and writing the report. So if you look at either Mark B or Kumar, they are all saying the same thing. It starts with formulating the research problem and ends with communicating that particular aspect of research. So in conclusion, when you are talking about identifying the research problems, forms the foundation of every research process. So it has to do with the design, which serve as a medium to achieve the research objective set at the beginning of the research study. So problem, research process, which are linked by the objectives so that you can be able to get your own outcome. So it is important to familiarize oneself with the basic concepts of research and all the nuances associated with it. So that has to do with the interest that we talked about, expertise. So you need to have that particular expertise so that even if you are giving people to do a particular aspect of the research for you, when they bring it back, so that you'll be able to identify, no, this one is not correct, this one is not done correctly, this one is done correctly. For example, I was saying, if you are doing a descriptive study, quantitative study, and somebody is bringing tests for Pearson correlation, when you are doing tests for association, you know that that one is not what you want. So you have to be able to identify what is correct, what is not correct. You have to have that particular familiarization with the research process, concept of research, so that you get what you want. So here I would like to say thank you for listening. I would like to ask Dr. Samani about answering the research questions because I can see some questions being put up. So how do we do it? Answering the research questions. Sorry, I'm saying research question. Answering the questions pertaining to the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry, I was rushing. I kept looking at time. I don't want to take the next presenter's time. That was why I was rushing a bit. So I hope I was able to communicate with you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Thank you so much. You can answer the question from the chat box.
Okay.
Before the next the prop join us.
Okay. The first question I see, okay, somebody was telling me, yes, tonsil or adenoid. I think Dr. Samani identified that for us. So somebody was asking, what's the distinct difference between an RCT and an experimental design? When you're talking about an experimental design, RCT is a type of experimental design. Though some people will tell you that experimental design is divided into two. You have the truly experiment design, such as the RCTs, and then the quasi-experimental or the pseudo-experimental designs. So the quasi-experimental design, they lack the three ingredients of a full experimental design, the one that RCT has. So for you to say you want to do an RCT, you must have three things. You must have a control, you must have the intervention, and then there must be randomization. But for quasi-experimental or pseudo-experimental studies, they usually lack one thing, which is the aspect of randomization. Randomization, not that they lack that random selection. No, they have the random selection, but they don't have the randomization in assigning to groups. Because you have group, you have the control group, and then you have the study group or the research group. So the RCT has all those three. So RCTs are type of experimental design, type of true experimental design. I hope I answered your question. Then the next one. Okay, somebody is saying throw more light on research proposal. So when you are talking about a research proposal, it's usually the summary of the first bit of your research. So the research proposal is supposed to talk about the background of your study, your objective or research questions or your hypothesis, and then also a brief about the type of design you want to use. So if you want to say you want to do a study on low back pain, for example, you must have a background on low back pain. What is driving you to do a study on low back pain in your own area? Just because somebody has done it doesn't mean you must also do it. So you must justify that within your background. It's important to do this study because of ABC. Then you need to also qualify that particular program through research questions or objectives. Why do you want to do it and how do you want to do it? Because your research questions or objectives will now lead you to the design that you want to do. Survey, are you going to do an interview, quantitative research, all those things. So the what do you call it? The research proposal, when you are looking, for example, a dissertation or a thesis, is your summary of your chapter 1 to chapter 3 condensed together. It's telling the researchers who are going to, maybe the funders who are going to maybe sponsor your study, this is what I want to do. If you are doing, if you are a student, it's trying to tell your supervisor or the faculty, this is the approach I want to carry out. After you've successfully defended this is the best design to do it, this is the best objective or the most appropriate objective to do to answer these research questions or vice versa, then you have solved the work. Because once your proposal is okay, it means the next stage you are going to do the data collection. Then I can see another question: how can knowing the research design automatically translate to knowing the correct analysis? Okay, one, I'll give you an example. If you are doing observational studies, you are talking about longitudinal study or retrospective study. When you are talking about cohort or case control, they are observational studies. You are not doing any intervention. So you are not doing any test of difference. You are doing either test of association or test of relationship. So observational studies rely on association or difference. They are just telling you that something exists, but they don't tell you the nature of their existence. So your research in the pyramid of research, it's not as strong as doing an experimental study. When you are doing an experimental study, you are introducing an intervention or testing an intervention. So that intervention is going to bring about what is called a difference. So once that difference exists, it means you are testing difference. That's where you start hearing t-test, ANOVA, ANCOVA, all those BABAs. That is for experimental studies. For observational studies, you are testing association or relationship. When you are talking about designs or in qualitative research, you are already talking about, okay, you want to do thematic analysis for maybe ethnography. I mentioned about grounded theory. When you're doing grounded theory, it has its own type of analysis. When you're doing phenomenology, it has its own type of analysis. So any design that you pick, it has its own type of analysis that exists. The common mistake that people do, especially in qualitative, all the designs that they take in qualitative, they will start doing thematic analysis. Though some examiners used to close their eyes, but if you are going to publish in a reputable journal, they will cancel that particular submission because they will say it's not the proper analysis that is done. So it means you have to go back and do it all over again. So somebody is saying, how do I choose a journal to publish a work? Well, it depends on the interests. In some developed countries, they usually rank the journals based on national impact, international impact, and how relevant it is to your own society or professional organization. For example, being a nurse, I have identified maybe I want to do something that applies to nursing. I do a research on nursing, but I want to go and publish in Journal of Physiotherapy. The audience is not there. So you have to be able to identify who are my audience, which journal carries my audience along. But some instances now with the advent of technology, there's this particular website. Let me see if I can type it on the chat. It's called Jane. Jane journals. So once you go to this particular Jane journals, you type the link, it comes out, it asks you to put the abstract, the work that you already have. Then it will suggest the journals that you can publish there. So all you have to do is just look at which of the journals is more applicable and then you select them. Advantages and disadvantages of different journals. It depends because, you know, the journal business is really something that you may not understand fully because they will tell you some journals are predatory, but those who are saying the journals are predatory are the ones who have these super journals, the big four. When you're talking about the Elsevier, Web of Science, the Science Direct, and Home, they tend to condemn the lower journals. But for example, if you have your own society journals, the one that's the problem that you are solving is because the problem exists in your own community. So you look for a journal within your community because if you publish there, people will see the results and then may change how they look at that particular problem. But certain instances, you know, the politics of academia and journals, they are so broad. So I don't want to go there before somebody will go and stop where my salary is coming. So is there, I think those are the questions I see. I think those are the questions that I see here. Except if I miss your questions, can you maybe mention it so that we can talk about it together? Any more questions to talk about? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I thought I was talking to myself.
No. I think no more question, I think.
So at the end of the presentation, these are some of the references. I used the Creswell book. Okay, it's not here. It's Creswell and Creswell. It's 2012. It's a good, very good textbook that kind of summarizes both qualitative and quantitative research, both processes and procedures. I think you know, the audience will find it very useful. So, Dr. Samani, in the absence of any question, can I say thank you very much for all the questions and then all the audience that were attentive throughout and even the engagement throughout the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I believe people have enjoyed the presentation, and we hope to see you some other times again. So we thank you and hoping to see you in future.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. Goodbye.
Yes. So we will soon start the part for Professor Sam. So we just give us some few minutes for him to join us so that we can continue. Thank you. Yes, we are welcome back. Prop has just joined us. So without wasting much time, we will start the presentation. You are welcome, Prof, sir, and I will hand over to you for the presentation to start. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here to once more interact with colleagues and trying to set up. Just give me a few minutes. Okay. What this one is. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Prof.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us for this workshop. It's my hope and belief that by the time we are done, um, we would have learned one or two things, in addition to what we already know. Whenever I have opportunity and privilege of conducting this sort of workshop for colleagues, I also take it as an opportunity for me to also learn. So it's not like I know it all and I'm coming to tell you how it is done. No, rather I also come to learn like you, and I'll be happy to share experiences in our interactions. And I'm sure there is a lot we can learn from one another. So let's have an open mind as we discuss vital topics in research. I can see that you've been with my colleagues since morning, since 10 a.m. precisely, and I'm sure that there are other things that you have learned also that I can learn from you from what he has presented. I'm just trying to build also on the foundations he has laid. So this is a research workshop, and so we'll be dealing with issues around what research really means and its relevance to clinical practice, identifying research problems, putting research problems in theoretical framework, developing clinical research questions, emphasis on raising questions during clinical practice, because that is very critical. If you can raise questions in your research, you should be able to also raise questions in your clinical practice. And these are very important. Unfortunately, our clinicians are better off as far as research is concerned, more than anybody else. But I don't know what has happened really, because you have the patients, you have the data right there before you. All you need to do is to go the extra mile, not even an extra mile, because you document the data in your case folders, just for you to put them together and the research work is done. And so when you treat your patients, always come up with questions. Always frame a question every week or every month. Frame a question around the area where you are already demonstrating some expertise. Frame a question. And in the course of answering that question, you collect data from your patients that come to your clinic. You have the hospital ethical committee, ethical review board. Draw up a concept note, draw up a protocol, submit to them, and research is already taking shape. And by the time they approve, you have your patients coming in every month. There is no reason why at least every 3 months a clinician will not have a paper ready. There is no reason, because there are a lot of questions in your field. There are a lot of innovations. There are a lot of changes happening across all specialties. So this research workshop is not a talk shop. it's an opportunity to stimulate our ideas so that back there in our clinics, back there in our classrooms, we should be able to interrogate evidence before us. We should be able to ask questions and we should be able to answer those questions. But we should know how to ask those questions and how to answer them. And once we know how to ask and how to answer, document and go the step further to do the grantmanship, the write-ups, we are done. We are really done. We are good. So at times I feel so bad that we have so many clinical facilities in Nigeria. But if you attend conferences, you don't see research works coming out from there. We're not being fair to ourselves, and we're not being fair to our community. And many of our clinicians are excellent minds. They have innovated fantastic things. They have done fantastic things in clinic, but they do not know or do not have time or do not have the knowledge, to translate this information, this innovation, these ideas, and these clinical competencies. Some have even developed very new clinical protocols and procedures that work, which nobody else have done. But nobody understands, nobody values it, nobody takes it in, because once it's not on paper, it doesn't exist. Anything not on paper does not exist. Anything not documented does not exist. So I want us to see this as a call to action and to understand that everything that research does is to give us an opportunity to document all the excellent things we have done, all the excellent experiences and skills and competencies we have deployed to develop innovative treatments that work for our patients, so that others can learn from it and also establish ourselves in our field as the important clinical opinion leaders. Remember that one of the things about research is if it can be measured, then it can be evaluated. And if it can be evaluated, then it can be validated. If it can be validated, it should have relevance in practice. And these are things you must have in mind. So I hope at the end of this workshop and this training, we should be able to, have a new orientation in trying to put together all those simple data that matter. And there we build ourselves up and become, important clinical opinion leaders in our fields and specialties. Remember, research is simple. Don't think until when you have highfalutin words and you have big equipment that can shake the mountain and cost $500 million, you may have those equipment, nothing will come out of them. Research is simple. It is best when it is simple. That's research. So what you need is already what you have. A brain that thinks critically, a brain that evaluates, an excellent mind, and that's what God has blessed us with. And that's what you need for research, really. Any other thing you can innovate. And so we move on with all these opening remarks to this session. I'll be treating research, trying to put it in context. So what is research? Research is a systemized effort to gain new knowledge, effort to gain new knowledge. This is somebody's idea, but I have a lot of reservations with this. I want your contributions. I want us to talk to one another. Do you think that this captures research? Do you think that this defines research? Do you accept it? If you accept it, tell me why. And if you don't accept it, what do you think should be added to this definition to make it perfect? Or do you have a different opinion of what research is? I want to I want you to share your mind with us. Yes. Can I have some contributions, please?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, this is Kate Ruben speaking. I actually believe it's a systematic approach because there are processes that one had to go through. A research must be subjected to for you to get the knowledge, the new knowledge you're talking about that you want to get. So it is not done so haphazardly. There must be a process to achieving or to get the new knowledge. So it could be systematic.
Yeah, that's fantastic contribution. What's your name again? I didn't
My name
get
is Ruth Chinyere Kate.
Chinyere Kate. Okay.
Yes, your student.
Oh, that's good. You really gave a good perspective. I have my reservation still.
My contribution, this is Edit.
Okay.
Fine, it's a systematic effort, but it's not only about gaining new knowledge, because you can also contribute to an already existing knowledge, but you are just improving on it or trying to review that. So it's other than gaining new knowledge, it's also contributing to what others have already done.
Yes, I agree with you. I also agree with you. I agree with the last speaker. It's a systemized effort. I agree with you. It's not about getting new knowledge only. You can also reinforce what somebody already established. So, okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
sir.
Yes.
My name is Kodri Abiodun Oyedapo.
Okay.
Okay. I concur with the idea of being systemized, but with the idea of gaining new knowledge, actually, it is not really so, but I could say to refine existing knowledge or one's hypothesis. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I also agree with your perspective because you can actually refine the knowledge and make it better, or you can also test a new hypothesis utilizing the research process and procedures. I agree with you in that regard. So there are some deficiencies in this definition, and I'm happy that we are beginning to think around it. Yes, I want more views, and if you have your own definition, it's also welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Fumilayo Adeniyi.
Okay, Fumi, go ahead, please.
So I also think that research is also a way to investigate existing knowledge, to know what to discard and what to keep. So apart from getting new ideas, you can also discard through research. You can discard some existing knowledge.
Exactly. Exactly. This is a lovely contribution because you can interrogate an existing knowledge, and that is something that particularly we are not open to. We do not interrogate knowledge in our context in Africa. Well, I can't say Africa because let me tell you quite frankly, Africa has gone so far. If you really interact with the rest of Africa, they have moved on. And Nigeria is also doing great. But sometimes we have this tendency not to interrogate existing knowledge. And so, we see in our clinics, we see in our classrooms, our students telling us, oh, this is what our lecturer said. That's how it is supposed to be done. Since 1985, that's how it's supposed to be done. In 1995, the same way, 2005, 2025, 2024, that's how. No, it is like that because we don't interrogate knowledge. We don't interrogate the facts before us. We must be bold and courageous enough to interrogate existing knowledge and put them in the right perspective. And, knowledge is not static. It changes, it evolves, just like you all have observed. You can refine it, I think Biodu said we can refine it, and it is correct. We can refine it because it shows that there is dynamism, and you can interrogate and discard because what was 2 years ago will be lie today. All right, can we have one or two more interventions, and then we also see other definitions and we criticize as well?
Aga say as we talk one as I do got and she still more as aga say as.
I thought you wanted to make contribution now, and you are talking about steaming. But that's fine. Anyone? Anyone else? Anyone else here? Okay. I am quite thrilled that you have done justice to this. And I totally believe that, that there is a need for us to interrogate facts. Can you take a look at your clinics? And can you just take a look at the approach you have been using since you were employed? Some of you were employed 10 years ago, some of you were employed 20 years, some were employed 15 years, some 5 years. The protocols, some clinics do not have protocols for treating specific conditions. This is what you must do, and this is what you must do in step 1. If it is stroke you want to manage, this is how you must assess. You must assess this, assess this, assess this, assess that. And if you have found the person to have this condition, stroke of this type, you must do this, then do this, then do this. Treatment protocols. Number 1, we don't have protocols in many hospitals, in fact, in many clinics. And it is because we do not value evidence. In Europe, in US, in Canada, you treat patients using protocol. There are protocols established and developed and approved. And these are evidence-based as a product of research. And so it's easy for you to know what protocol a patient is placed on. Once you have a diagnosis, you know the protocol you will fit into. And when these protocols are not working, you begin to interrogate. After using it for a while, you begin to question whether they are relevant or not. But we don't have treatment protocol. So what we have is some kind of flexibility that is not written anywhere, an unwritten code of treatment. So a patient comes in, you look at the patient. If you're in a good mood to go extra mile, you go. If you're not in a good mood and maybe you have patient load and you are not so comfortable or something is irritating you, you just do it quick, infrared, 2 minutes, this one time, 1 minute, this one, that. I say, okay, fine, go. It's because we have not given ourselves to research, because apart from research guiding your actions, and you also being interested to generate data from your patients for publication, in which case you won't do 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. You also will pick up some, qualities as you go along. Qualities of patience, qualities of perseverance, consistency, effectiveness and honesty and altruism. These are all qualities that research confers on us. And they are relevant for our practice, and they're also relevant for us to, be consistent. And if we have consistent protocols, then it's easy for us to say, this is not working, this is not working. We need to interrogate it and we need to discard it. I'm so much particular about Fumi's definition, because that is, for me, the type of approach that we lack in our area. We still see things that we are taught us. In fact, things taught to our teachers, and our teachers taught us, and we have taught other people. And there are no knowledge out there because we're not given to research. We don't go out to look at it. And we don't even synthesize evidence from research. And so it's important we begin to change the narrative by, first of all, defining what research is and how we approach it. So we have seen one. Let us look at what Drew said. Drew said, research is a systematic way of asking questions, a systematic method of inquiry. The operative words in what Drew said is systematic, And what Redman and Murray used was also systematized. So both authors do agree that there must be a way, a laid down way. It's not done haphazardly, just like Chinyere said. It's not something you do haphazardly. And the reason you don't do it haphazardly is so because if you do haphazardly, you will forget. Nobody can replicate what you have done. And this also tells us the common relationship between research and clinical practice. Both are very organized systems. You don't do haphazardly. And that is why our treatment must be guided by protocols. And it enables research to be effective. Because if our treatments have been guided by protocol, it's easy for us to know what works and what does not work. But we can't really say, because to a reasonable extent, we don't have protocol. So we just combine things that come to our mind, and sometimes we also do things that we know in our heart doesn't measure up. But once we know that we are organized and we are guided by protocol, and it is required mandatorily that we must follow it to the letter, then it's easy for us to say, I have been doing this for this patient and for my patients generally for 6 months. I've been consistent. They only improved in this area, but not this area. I think this protocol needs to be changed. Especially in regards to this area, there's something wrong. What can we do? We now begin to question and think outside the box and begin to interrogate, raise questions that are credible, which if you answer, you will provide solution to these people. But Drew said, it's a systematic way of asking questions. So he has brought in one thing again. He has brought in questions into the context of the definition. So it means that if it is not systematized, and if no new knowledge is gained, no research is done. And that's why I don't agree with Redman, because it is possible, and we don't gain new knowledge. Just like, some other speakers have also mentioned, you may not necessarily gain new knowledge, but it is still research. In fact, you may find nothing. You can do a research work and find nothing, actually, and it is still research. So that is where I quarrel with it. And then this second one says, it's a systematic way of asking questions. Invariably, if questions are not raised, if questions are not asked, if nothing is interrogated, then it is not research. That is the implication of that. But we also know that people have stumbled, apparently, on answers even without asking them. And things have happened that way. People have made discovery without asking questions. It doesn't mean that those ones are not discoveries. They're not, an outcome that should be credible. Those are still some questions that, that we keep asking. So that's why I said, does it mean that if it is not systematic and the finding will not be made because it is not systematic? Of course, findings can be made without going through a systematic procedure. I hope you know the man that gave us the law of flotation. How did he do it? There was nothing systematic. He was commissioned to find out if the king's goldsmith had been cheating him. And he tried all he could, he couldn't find an answer. And then while he was in the bathroom bathing and trying to clean up and go to work, it came like a flashlight through his mind. There was no systematic procedure. And he shouted, "Eureka, Eureka!" He ran out naked. A flash of intelligence came to him. And that's how we now had the laws of flotation, courtesy of that experience. And he wasn't in the laboratory, but there was a finding made. And that finding became a law. A law is something that is quite very superior even to a theory. The laws of flotation came from that. So I still do not agree that a finding has to be made. I do not agree that it must rigidly be systematic, because you can also get information without going through a systematic procedure. Oswald also said that research is the process of arriving at dependable solutions to problems through the planned and systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of data. I want your take on this definition. I want your opinion. Yes, I can read through. I can read the charts.
Please, no volume, sir. Volume.
Oh, okay.
Volume.
You're not hearing me.
There's no volume. I can't hear you.
Oh, we can hear you. I think it's her network.
Oh, okay. Is that Chinyere? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, sir. We can hear. I think it's the network
It's
from
a
her
network.
end.
Okay. Yeah, somebody said in the chat room, because all we are after in research is new ideas. Well, that's the opinion she said. I think he was trying to agree with that first definition. And this is coming from Yusuf. Yusuf said he agrees with the first definition because all we are after in research is new ideas. I agree with you that new ideas can come from research, but when you say all we are after is new ideas, you see why sometimes you end up being frustrated, because if you do a study and you don't find anything new, you feel like you have not done anything. And then, sometimes also we think that it has to be, statistically significant, then before we can say we have done research. No, it's not true. And that also leads to a common crisis affecting Africa, because most African publications, Europeans don't trust them, because everything will come out so good, everything is significant. It's not ideal. It mustn't be that way. So we must not have that mindset that all we are after in research is new ideas. Yes, new ideas, we are willing to embrace it, but it's not all we are after. We can get new ideas. We can also reinforce our confidence in the existing evidence. Second person, Oladayo said, is a means of validating an already established finding. Yes, you can validate it through research, of course. I agree that it's part of it. It's part of its definition. And the second, another person, Yusuf, also said again, yes, of course, that's exactly what's going on in most of our clinics. Yes, he was agreeing with me that, somehow we don't put in our best to be diligent in what we do in the clinics and what we do in research, because we just don't have a protocol. But I believe at the end of this whole exercise, we may have a rethink and see how we can utilize the gold mine we sit on. So I want to see, I want to hear your thinking about Uswala's definition of research. That is a process of arriving at dependable solutions to problems through the planned and systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of data. Yes, can I hear from you? Remember, we are going to have, this is going to be more interactive. Like I said, I have a lot to learn from you, and we learn from each other.
Hello. Good morning,
Yes.
sir. Still Kate speaking.
Okay, Kate.
How do we
Thank you.
rate from the definition? I'm not too okay with it too. The process of arriving at dependable solutions.
Mm.
See,
Yeah, so
what
what do you,
area
pardon?
gives us the measure of dependability in terms of the solution to solving this problem?
Yes. So you are saying that, come again, I didn't hear part of what you said.
The definition is talking about dependable solution.
Yes.
What rates the dependability? What's the validity of that is fully dependable, such that it can solve these problems? What are we using to rate it as purely dependable?
Exactly. I agree with your thoughts in that area. I really agree with your thoughts. But he will have an answer too. He will also say, because, as we will discover today, when you are designing your research work, one of the ideas, one of the things you do is to ensure that it is subjected to very rigorous implementation. And in doing so, you focus to ensure that you maintain the internal and the external validity of the system by minimizing the, by exerting control, internal and external control, to ensure that the validity of the findings are sort of sustained. Otherwise, once you have co co co-founders all over the place, then you have a problem. And so he may say, okay, if you exert those control, that is it. But the point you're making is very valid. Does it really have to be dependable, before you can call it a solution? Well, what actually defines a dependable solution? So there are solutions that are not dependable. There are some that are dependable. Is it contextualized? What may not be dependable in Ghana may be dependable in Nigeria. I don't know what it means by dependable. Is it what works or what we can trust? And so if we don't trust it, then it is not a good solution. Even though my headache has gone, but I don't trust that this drug, which came from a research work that is not dependable. I don't trust that it is a good drug, but I know it cures my headache. So a lot of things are there. But I guess that these definitions are locating, excuse me, these definitions are pointing us to something. They're pointing us that our own forebearers do not believe solely in what others have said. They interrogate what others have said. Even in others' definition of research, that is how a scientist operates. That's one thing I want you to observe. If you take a look, you will see that Drew Drew is an authority in research. And he came up with the idea, a systematic way of asking questions, a systematic method of inquiry. And in 1982, Osuala, who also was a professor in University of Nigeria, known for research, came up again and didn't just agree with what Drew said, that it is just going to be systematic and that is it. He went further to say, no, I challenge that status quo. I challenge that definition. There are gaps in it, and he came up with this one. So they do not accept. They keep on refining. Like I think Builder mentioned it. They keep on refining, and they keep on refining and refining until we get to a point where he said this and this can be infused to strengthen that definition. And now what he has said, Kate has challenged it as well and said, I don't think that dependability should be there, because he has not told us how to actually ascertain what is dependable or not. And in what context do we call a solution dependable? That is a little bit vague. Research has to be very precise. So must and I raised the question, I agree with her. I say, must the solution be dependable to make research? That word true, the true aspect of the definition touches on the methodology, which is not necessarily research as a concept. Because he's saying you have to arrive at that solution through a process, through once you come to true, it's methodology you're talking about now. Methodology is not necessarily research. And the other person, Warner, 1981, says, research broadly is a process of finding out the solution to a problem. Finding out is the operative word. So one wonders if every research actually finds a solution. Even after some research has been done, many people have done things trying to find out the drug for HIV. They have not found it out. Does it mean they've not been researching? So it means that if you don't find out the drug for the HIV cure through clinical trials, when you look at investigational medicinal products and you arrive at nothing at the end, you have not found anything. And this is the mindset that kills us as researchers and makes us even plagiarize, makes us to even, cook up values because we want to find out something. That is not true. You must not find out something before you know you have done a good research. An excellent research, we find nothing. But an excellent research, we go through the processes and be able to critique itself. The authors should be able to criticize themselves and say, I didn't find anything, maybe because of this or maybe because of that. The research in it is that the explanation for why they didn't find it. They're being able to interpret their data on pure scientific principle and keeping to all the scientific protocols and procedures. So you mustn't find out anything before it can be researched. So whatever achievement is made must be recognized as a solution to a problem in one way or the other, because people can utilize information we have generated to eventually find that solution. And without the information, without some of the procedure and protocols, they wouldn't be there. In fact, during COVID, the RNA method for vaccine production, which was adopted in a failed HIV vaccine project, was what was used to accelerate the production of vaccine for COVID. So if those people who did that study have not found that method, COVID probably, it will have taken maybe 2 years to get a COVID vaccine. And by that time, if that vaccine had actually saved life, it means many people would have died. But they came up with that method, the RNA method. They tried to utilize the RNA of the virus to drive the vaccine project. And they did it in HIV. So they simply pulled out that angle, that knowledge and utilized it for COVID. And boom, within 3 months, 6 months, they were ready with a vaccine. Unbelievable. So they were finding out is not really the thing. And so we must be careful of what we think research means to us, because we respond to it the way we think about it. So I want you to have an open mind. That's why I'm taking time to do this, to disabuse your mind and to show you that teachers who taught one way or the other, their students rose up to challenge some of those ways, and their peers and colleagues also challenge some of their definitions. So research is dynamic. People keep adding to knowledge. We are doing that respectfully. We're not saying that they didn't think it through. Yes, they thought it through, and most of the things they said were correct. But there are some aspects also that we think needs to be modified. So we keep modifying and modifying until we think we have got something that addresses it and there is some kind of element of balance in it. Now, which of these is a correct definition of research? Which of these is a correct definition of research? Sorry, I think I need to improve on this. I don't know why. It probably yeah. Yes, just a minute. Okay. So which of these is a correct definition of research? Based on what we have discussed so far, the process of obtaining an answer to a question using acquired skill, a systematic investigation designed to better or more accurately interpret theories or scientific phenomena. I want your take. I want your opinion.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Based on my opinion,
can we know you?
None of them is true. Sir, I'm Idris Yusuf Muhammad.
Okay, good. Yusuf, go
sir,
ahead.
based on my opinion, sir, none of them is true definition of research based on our previous discussion. Because as we discussed, there are some researches that are not systematic, and there are some researches that at the end, there is no new knowledge found. So none of them is true definition of research. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I love the fact that you are beginning to think, differently and beginning to challenge the status quo. That is the mindset of a scholar. And I totally agree with you that there are gaps. Can I also have, other people's opinion? And then we move on. Any more opinion? Okay, let's take a look at the chat room. If there's anything there, nothing in the chat room yet. Okay.
My opinion is that this is Edith. My opinion is that good attempts, there's an improvement over that of Drew and Oswala, but there are still some limitation, especially looking at the second one, a systematic investigation designed to better and all that. But at the end, the knowledge you have obtained from this is still not made known to public, because it just ends with accurately interpreting theories and scientific phenomena, but it doesn't talk about making known this, your investigation and your interpretation, to public or to body of knowledge.
Yes, I think yes, I think you made a very valid point, because it's a systematic investigation designed to better or more accurately interpret theories. So if research does not interpret theories, it's no longer research. So the work of research is to interpret theories or interpret scientific phenomena. So not to provide solution to problems in the society, but to interpret any phenomena of interest. And once we interpret it, eureka, research has ended. Quite all right. Research may all involve interpreting theories, depending on what solution we want to bring to bear in that context. But does it mean it's the end of it? I agree with you. It calls to question whether, we just end up interpreting it and we don't even feed the public that information. As mean that without conceding that they mean that you interpret it in papers you publish. Okay, that's fine. You interpret it and publish it, and that's the end. We interpret theory. So theory of health belief, you can interpret the held belief model in the context of Nigerian society. And once we interpret it, then, oh yeah, research is finished. You know, that there is a gap there.
I
Going
want
to
to
the
say
chat
something.
room.
Sir. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I say something? I still don't accept the two theories definitions because it cannot be replicated. We can't even use it in the clinical settings because that means that you end up not making progress, not having results. Because even when it is systematic, as it says, the second definition, we may not it will end halfway. That's what it means. There is no answer. Problems are not being solved. In fact, problem is even created the more. Thank you, sir.
You know, because all it does is to just interpret the theories of held belief model, interpret the ICF model. And once you have interpreted them in the context of the environment, that is the end of research. I think it will go beyond interpreting them, you know, because if you interpret, you apply. You interpret, you know, and having interpreted properly, you now apply what you have interpreted, you know, using implementation research framework to see the impact. And then you begin to test the feasibility of the theory, the practicality, the cost effectiveness, and so on. So research is not all about that. It's too broad to be confined to interpreting theories and interpreting scientific phenomena. In the chat room, we have some interesting opinions also that I want to read out. Just a minute. Yeah. Abola Temi said, sometimes the solution is not dependable because of certain conditions not met for the generation of the result. Yes, of course. Sometimes you may not have a dependable solution. And this is something that if you define research as beginning and, you know, it begins and ends with that, then there's a problem. But nevertheless, whatever you do, and I agree with Abolaro, whatever you do in course of your investigation, we add to the body of knowledge. Whether you found something, you did not find something, whether you interpreted or did not interpret, whatever action you do adds to body of knowledge, because we know somebody has done something like this, and look at a finding the person made. Whatever you find, rightly or wrongly, adds to body of knowledge. People can refer to it for good reasons. They can refer to it for bad reasons. All we know is it is part of knowledge, and therefore you have done something worthwhile. All right. Another one says research is a human activity based on intellectual investigation and aimed at discovering, interpreting, and revising human knowledge on different aspects of the world. How do you see this?
Of course.
So look at the operative world. It's an intellectual investigation. Therefore, it is not something that is done without some intelligence in it. You know, an intellectual in this investigation, and it's aimed at discovering, interpreting, and revising human knowledge on different aspects of the world. Yeah, and so what he's trying to say is that no knowledge is new. So all you can do is to revise that knowledge. And you must, you know, interpret and discover it, and then interpret what you have discovered. But it has to have some elements of intellectual infusion into the process. So if there's nothing intelligent in that or intellectual rigor. Do you agree with that? Okay. At the end, you have seen that you may have some definitions that now seem to make address some of the gaps here and there, and they come out better. As we started coming down from Drew, from 80s to 82 to whatever till now, you see that every definition gets better, gets better, gets better, gets better, gets better. Because they built on something. They were all standing on the shoulders of giants. And here we are with this last definition, which looks very encompassing, very detailed, but yet there are still gaps.
Yes.
And I guess the conversation around what research is will continue for a long time. But what have we done now? Have you seen that you, yourself, you are a good researcher? You are able to think through things. You're able to question things. You're able to ask questions, answer them, and put them in right perspective. And so you have all it takes to make a good researcher. You are a good researcher. You can bring innovation. You can rationalize through issues. You can solve problems. And so if you can see that you can do this much, nothing stops you now from going a step further. You know? And if we can interrogate scientific ideas the way we have done this morning, we can also interrogate clinical ideas, clinical procedures, clinical protocols established since 1935 till now. We can actually interrogate them in our various hospitals and, you know, discard what should be discarded, improve on what we can improve on, and move on. It doesn't tell well of us that we are not moving forward in many areas because we have not been interested or committed to utilizing the talent we have. And so this workshop is to stimulate you to utilize that talent and to help you, you know, overcome that inertia. Invariably, you can take it to bank based on what we have seen from all these definitions. That research process is actually designed to address certain issues. It doesn't just happen. It happens because there is an issue. And it is therefore designed to solve a problem. That problem could be a missing link. There could be a missing link somewhere. A research is warranted. There could also be an unsatisfactory state of affairs. A research is warranted. Why is it that the patients who die are always the ones that go for electrotherapy? Why? Why is it that the patients who have cerebral palsy, patients who have CVA, that are thrombotic in nature, the ones that die are always the ones that go for electrotherapy treatment? I'm just trying to give you a scenario. I am not satisfied with that. Something is wrong somewhere. Why must they be the people that come for electrotherapy? This may be a question being asked by the director in charge of the electrotherapy unit. He is now beginning to look at the records because that is why the records are important. If there are records, if you keep records properly in your clinics, then those records will become a basis of evidence to guide the research. And he has now taken a look and said, quarterly report, and I'm seeing from the quarterly report that all the patients that died are the ones that came for electrotherapy. But other ones that didn't come to the trial, who have the same condition, they survived. Why? What have we done wrong? Call for the folders. Let us take a look. What is it that we gave them in the radiotherapy department that I just mentioned? And it warrants research. If there is a missing link, it warrants research. If A is equals to B, and B is equals to A, and B is equals to C, then by law of geometrical equivalence, A should be equal to C, but nobody have done that. Why? Why? Okay, why don't we do a research work and find out whether A is actually equal to C? Because there is a missing link there. You have found out that A is equal to B and B is equal to C. If A is equal to B and B is equal to C, it also means that A must be equal to C by law of geometrical equivalence. You have put down that in your brain, but nobody have done it. There's a missing link. You want to do a research. So research can arise from missing links. It can arise from unsatisfactory state of affairs. It can also arise in situations where there is a problem, where there is no solution, where there is lack of knowledge, where there is a gap in knowledge. This gap in knowledge demands a research. So the importance of research. Research can improve our knowledge base. And how can you improve it? If we compare the effectiveness of treatment techniques, we can see, okay, we have compared these two treatment techniques, and this one is more effective. We have looked at Bobat in the management of stroke patients. We have looked at Kabat and Norvot, their approach in management of stroke patients. We have looked at Philadelphia technique. Let's now compare these patients who have similar recovery levels, utilizing a particular metric of measurement, and then place them, in different treatment regimes. And then over 6 months, let us look at their recovery rate. And then we can now compare, and we can even say, okay, one group we go for PNF, another group for Woodbat, another one for this, another one, and then another one we combine. At the end of 6 months, we are now saying, oh my goodness, this one that we combined didn't do anything. The one that utilized only Bubat did so much, or the one that utilized PNF was fantastic. That way, we improve our knowledge base on what works and what does not work. And so these are things we can do in the clinic very easily. We have the patients, we have the data. All we need is this workshop nudging you to go ahead after this workshop to prepare very fantastic papers for publication, and that we also help other researchers to learn from your experience and other clinicians. Research will help us to learn and discover new things, and then we can prove theories. And when we discover new things and we can prove theories, it means that the old things that we have been doing has to change. And for them to change, a new policy may be enacted on the basis of your finding. There was a study we did with my team, and we looked at the air pollution around,
No volume. We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you, Prof.
a small break in transmission. So there was a study. You can see my slides, right?
No.
Are you able
Your
to see my
slide.
slides?
We can't see your slide. I can't see it.
Oh, okay. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was a study we did, and we observed that, most of the people that were coming to the teaching hospital who had challenges with their respiratory system were either cement workers who handle cement, or spray painters, or woodworkers. And so we decided to visit them, and we found that all of them were virtually localized in one market, in the Enugu Kenyatta market. And it's very close to the university campus. So we went there to measure their cardiovascular parameters. And we measured also the bioinflammatory biomarkers, the inflammatory biomarkers. And we measured all that. And we found that there were devastating and unrecognized, untreated, cardiovascular events, the cardiovascular changes that can result to fatal thrombotic events if we do not intervene, if there is no intervention. But we were shocked, really, because the biomarkers of thrombotic events, fibrinogen, was very high in cement workers and also in spray painters. Biomarkers of inflammation was very high in cement workers. But could you believe it, that biomarkers of fibrinogen and inflammation were of the same level as that of university staff who were in their offices close to this market? And before then, we have had issues of people who slumped in their offices and died. And the next thing you hear is an arrow from the village. Whereas actually, majority of them, their C-reactive protein was greater than 3. It's unbelievable. Their fibrinogen level was almost 3.2, which means they are virtually going to have thrombotic events, and it may be fatal. University staff. And what is the cause? Air pollution coming from that market close to the campus, and which has built up over the years. But nobody knew. What warranted that study was patients who came to UNTH reporting with some cardiovascular challenges were found to be mainly workers. And we now sent my master's degree student then, I worked with Rita TV. I said, can we just go there? And we went there to investigate and found out terrible things. And when we published that study, it impacted policy, because not shortly after we published it, it was carried by Vanguard and so on. Enugu state government moved in their bulldozer to that market and demolished it. And then asked them to relocate to a new one along the express, far away from the city where, so that they can minimize. You see, this is how research can influence practice and policy. So we can do something. Research can answer clinical questions. And when it does answer clinical questions, it will improve our work skills. Research can also directly affect our treatment approaches. It can improve our current practice. And so it is very important for us as clinicians and as also academicians. It helps in future planning, which benefits our society. Like I've told you about what Enugu state government have done now in relocating a market, and they built really a better market, actually. A better market, a little bit off town, away from the residential area. And so you can see that research also directs public policy. Because in fact, when I published that, one of the professors in public health in the University of Nigeria contacted me and said, please, do a policy brief and submit to Ministry of Health and submit also to the Ministry of Environment, because it will change their policy. It will also change how the town planning office, how they code the services in the municipality, so that such services like this can be coded differently and moved out from the city center, because it's a danger now, you know, and things like that. So you see, it has direct impact on public policy. Research also challenges the status quo. And I think it was Fumi that mentioned that it can also help you to really challenge the status quo, can help you to, you know, discard those things that are irrelevant, that are not helpful. But you can't just discard them except you have done some research. Some research must go into them, you know, before you can discard them. So research challenges the status quo. It is creative and it is systematic. And you see, there is this thing I observed, and we will come to that, because it is the status across the country. I observed it when I was an examiner, and also when I engaged and interacted with colleagues across the country. And so when it comes to making hypotheses, we make hypotheses the wrong way in Nigeria. And we have been making that hypothesis not because we want to, but that's what we were taught in the university, that this is how to make research hypotheses. And so some of the people I interacted with, I asked the question, why do you make your hypothesis this way? I was taught by Professor this. This is what he told me. This is how it is done. No, this is how this, you know, my university is very good. This is how it is done. And that is very, very funny. Because he's the person responding to me. He's not responding to me. This is what knowledge, current knowledge is. He's telling me what the professor says. He's not telling me what the knowledge in the books say. What does the book, what does it say? What is the current literature saying about this? He's telling me what this professor have said and what that professor have said. And that is wrong, because we do not have an inclination to find things for ourselves. And this is something we must do. Because until we begin to do that, we will now see where knowledge has gone, has evolved to. Otherwise, we are left behind for too long. And I'm going to come to that area when we discuss that part. So knowledge, research challenges status quo. It is creative and it's also systematic. So what are the characteristics of research? It challenges the status quo because it does so by identifying the gaps in knowledge. It also looks at common practices which we know very little about. For instance, what is the impact of IR? I mean, there are some conditions you give IR, even when you know that the tissues, the structure you are targeting are deep-seated, and IR is just for almost superficial blood circulation, not for deep blood circulation. You will still give IR. So what is the relevance of it? In some situations, you give short-wave diathermy. In some countries, it is discarded, actually. Some people will use Bobat alone, and in some countries, you don't do that. You don't use Bobat alone, because it's basically reflex inhibitory pattern that it does. But when it comes to strengthening and, improving strength, and you still need some kind of PNF. So why don't you combine? Instead of relying on Bobat, which is more or less emphasizing reflex inhibitory pattern and all that. So there are some things we need to begin to interact. And research is creative. Physiotherapists and other rehabilitation professionals are eager to adopt, to accept authoritarian views of their profession. So anybody who is a senior, who is a Baba in the profession, whatever he says, this is how Baba does it. Why is it that you first of all have to do passive mobilization for a patient like this without anything active? Why do you do it? No, Baba said we should do it this way. Once Baba says it, we do it that way. That is not scientific. When I ask you, why do you do it this way? It must not be what Baba said, not what my teacher said, not what my supervisor told me. But I should be hearing, this is the current knowledge in the literature. Then I know that you are a scholar and you are a clinician who is very well updated, because every practice we are focused on evidence-based practice, evidence-based rehabilitation, and you must be up to date. So research provides you that opportunity. Researchers move past these authoritarian views of patient care. They don't listen to those rote content. They look at, what does the knowledge say? Research is systematic because much of the clinical work is also anecdotal. They are passed on from Baba to children. From my teacher taught me many things, and I pass the same to my students, and my students pass the same to their students, and they pass the same to their other students and other junior colleagues without going. In fact, there were sometimes I see colleagues who have not even revised their notes in the last 10 years. What type of knowledge are they giving to students now? So this is not acceptable. But that happens because we lack research skills. One of the research skills we need is systematic review. And I'm happy that the Ray Foundation is also coming up with a systematic review workshop. Because we lack that skill, we don't update our knowledge, and we don't even know how to update it. So most of the things we say are anecdotal. Most of the practice are governed by, anecdotal means tells by moonlight. It means, tells what we are told, without any evidence. Because the person who have said it is our teacher or our father or our clinician, our father in the profession, a very senior colleague who is very experienced, and therefore everything he says is final. It's not true. So all anecdotal claims of effectiveness are colored by our relationship, the relationship between the clinician and the patient, without controlling for extraneous variables. So the clinician may just tell the patient this, and patient will believe and do it. Whatever you tell the patient, my clinician say. But it doesn't happen overseas. The patient will tell you, if you are not ahead in your game, you will come to the clinic, the patient is telling you, no, this is the current knowledge in this area. You should use this or you use that. And it doesn't tell well that patient is telling you what you should use. The current knowledge, you say, oh no, this has been found to be very harmful. You can't use that for me. Why don't you use this? This is useful. And when as you're talking, he will bring out the phone, bring out the tablet, and he will scroll and show you the current knowledge. Very well informed. And so you need to be informed, keep ahead of, be abreast of knowledge all the time. That's what research helps you to do. But for you to engage in research, there are steps involved. There is a process, and it consists of a series of actions or steps which you must take effectively to carry out a research, and desired, sequencing of these steps must be captured in order to show that we have done the right thing. Because it's one thing to do it, another thing is to put it down on paper. What is not put down on paper does not exist. So what is the research process? The sequence of conducting the research process is that it begins with a possible topic. And that topic must have come to you when you have looked at a problem and you say, okay, this problem simply speaks to this issue. You formulate a topic that it speaks to. And then you look at the problem that inform that topic and make sure it is well aligned with that topic. And then you look out for possible framework under which you will study that phenomena of interest. One thing we lack a lot, if we don't have a knowledge of framework. There are different frameworks for different types of study. If you are dealing with behavioral study, then you must be looking at, behavioral models. You should be looking at behavioral frameworks. These frameworks will tell you that once you put that study in the context of that model or in the context of that framework, because the framework will tell you what should be where, which ones are the independent variables, which ones are the intervening variables, which ones are the outcome variable. By the time you adapt that particular model to your own topic, you begin to see other variables of interest you need to study, which originally you didn't capture. So the model drives the study. They give you a view, an insight into all the variables and how they are related. So if you are doing a behavioral study, you are looking at the impact of physical activity, it's a behavioral study. It must be driven by a behavioral model or framework. And there are many of them. Either it's self-efficacy theory, or you are looking at self-regulatory theory, or you're looking at social cognitive theory, or you're looking at health belief model, or you're looking at self-efficacy theory or self-regulatory theory in combination with social ecological model. The ecological model is even the one most of us do not really pay attention to, because they give us a nuanced insight, a contextualized insight into barriers to that behavior and facilitators to that behavior in our environment, which we must consider when we are designing interventions. And so you must always have a framework that drives a study. Every study must be driven by theories. So you must select the appropriate one. And once you have put these studies in the context of the environment where you are conducting it, because you have put it into a theory which you have adapted to your situation and which has the nuanced insight into your study, you can now raise questions because you have seen the intervening variables, you have seen the independent variables, you have seen so you can now raise questions. And once you raise these questions, your research will find an answer to them. Once you raise the question, the research will find an answer. And for them to find an answer, they will design a method, a process of investigating it. And once you go through these procedures, these steps, and document them, we were not there when you were doing it. But when we read what you have done, we can be convinced that you really did it. But when you tell us, you know what has happened now? I found out today that ice block can cure asthma. Cryotherapy is powerful. It will cure asthma. I cured an asthma patient today. As you are saying that in a clinical meeting, do you know how they will look at you? Of course, there are people who can make that kind of conversation. You will see a lot of that in the village, in market square, where they sell yam and pepper and so on. But anybody who dares to say that in a clinical meeting in your hospital, you really, really look at him. In fact, you will, are you sure we don't need to do something about this person? You even begin to question whether he went to school, assuming the person is well enough upstairs. Because you know that there is no proof. He's making a statement that does not have backing. What makes that proving? The method. He provides you the method, how he did it, so that you can go and do the same and see and verify whether it is true. From all the definitions that we have said so far, the term problem is very common. And it calls to question what it calls for the questions that we follow next. So without the problem, there won't be questions which needs to be answered. So we define the problem and the questions will come next. So when does a problem arise? A problem arises if there was in that situation an unanswered question, a missing link, an imbalance, an unsatisfactory state of affairs. Once we have that, a problem has risen. And so there are stages of conducting the research. The first is to define the research problem. The second is to review the literature in order to gain insight about what is known about the problem. The next is to formulate hypotheses, which once you formulate it, it will drive that process, that research. Then you prepare the research design based on the hypothesis you have formulated. You now collect data and you analyze that data using the appropriate statistical tools. Then you interpret that data and write up your study. This is, in a nutshell, the process you must go through. However, what we lack, and it pains me so much, we lack the ability to synthesize evidence from literature. We lack ability to review the literature. So what we do in Nigeria, including me, when I was a student in my underG, I tried to do something different. But I kept on struggling. How do I do it? I didn't have the skill. I didn't know. But I was determined to do things differently. So I will always report in my own language what I have seen in the literature. But what is the structure? What is the way to do it? I don't have a clue. And this has been a problem up till now. So what many people do is they commit murder. You know, in the academic world, when you copy and plagiarize people's work, it's equivalent of murder. It's the highest crime you can commit. You can lose your certificate because, in fact, you can be terminated because of plagiarism. It is intellectual dishonesty. It's intellectual robbery. It's just like armed robbery. The only difference, you use your biro to rob that one now. You know, so you don't do it. But we lack it in Nigeria. So what we do is, in fact, examiners don't bother to go and take a look at literature review in Nigeria. Why? Because it is essentially copy and paste that most people do. And sometimes even the examiners do not know what to look for in literature review. But overseas, literature review is actually the main thing. It's the main thing. Because it is in the literature you provide evidence of what is currently obtainable. It is in the literature you also provide evidence of gap in knowledge that serves as an orientation for your own study. And so if the literature is not properly articulated, not properly reviewed, then you always see that gap. In fact, let me tell you the truth. You can never do a PhD work in Europe and in America and in South Africa without first of all doing a detailed review of literature, which must be published as part of your PhD thesis. And as an examiner, if I don't see it, in fact, you can't even submit your thesis. You can't even progress. Because the very first thing you must do is that you must raise a research question that will warrant a literature review. And every question you raise is a study. So PhD thesis is a book of studies. But in Nigeria, what you find is a PhD thesis is a book of one study. It is wrong. It is very deficient. And many of you who have trained overseas, either masters or PhD, will appreciate what I'm saying. And if you don't interrogate and don't have the skill to interrogate the literature, then you can't practice, because you need evidence from literature to practice. And sometimes, so what we do now is we come to clinic and say, oh yes, Eureka, I have found it. There's a current knowledge now. That knowledge says that this is the way to do this, and you get result. In fact, the other things we are doing is gone. And people will shout and say, that's a new knowledge, that's a new. Meanwhile, when you go to check the journal where it is published, it's a predatory journal. It's a journal from somewhere in Obiagu, somewhere in Enugu, under the Coal Camp Bridge or something like that. And people are jumping because you have not applied yourself to research to know that that journal is a predatory journal. It's a journal that has no integrity, and everything it publishes lacks in scientific integrity. And even when it is published in the highest impact journal that has the highest integrity in the world, it's just one study. You cannot generate evidence that will guide practice from one study. And therefore, you may need to synthesize evidence from the literature to know where the literature is pointing you in terms of practice. If you don't have the skill, you are lost. And even if a systematic review is published and you don't have the skill to read it and understand it and criticize it, you won't be able to also extract from it the knowledge you need to practice. So it goes both ways. But in Nigeria, we're mortally deficient in this area. And this is something you must yield yourself. I'm just trying to encourage you to attend the next workshop. I know whoever is holding it is an expert in that area, in systematic review. It's very important for physiotherapy family. We lack that, and I want you to attend it. You will, if you have that skill, it will take you far. And so when you have done a good literature review, and when you have, there are different methods. You have narrative review, you have scoping review, you have, systematic review, you have meta-analysis, you have network analysis. There are so many literature review methods, depending on what you are looking for. And in PhD thesis, you must do one of them. You must, it's compulsory. You must. Because that serves, in funding, in trying to get a grant, if you have never done literature review, forget about it. No grant fund that will give you money. Forget it. Except you also cite a very recent review itself done in that area. Then they know, okay, at least you can interpret. But if you have the skills, they are more comfortable because they know you are at home with evidence. So it's something you must take seriously. And so in research, I emphasize that area. Now, I want you to appreciate one thing. How do we identify a problem? We identify a problem if we understand the principle of giving, however, and therefore. Giving, however, and therefore. Giving is a statement of information accepted to be true. The however contradicts or casts doubt on the giving. The conflict between the giving and the however creates the perplexing situation, the situation that confounds everybody. Given that Obi is a boy, however, Obi continues to wear a gown and handbag. Therefore, is Obi really a boy or a girl? I don't know if you are seeing the point now. This is how to generate a problem, how to identify a problem. There must be a given, there must be a however situation, and then there must be a therefore situation that speaks to the confusion. We are perplexed by that confusion. And to clear it up, we will now do a study. So it is that confusion that is the problem there. because of the contradiction between the given and the however. Given that Obi is a boy, however, Obi wears female gowns and shoes and lipstick. Therefore, is Obi really a boy or a girl? That if you do not see these contradictions in any circumstance, you have not identified the problem. You must show us the given with facts and show us the however with facts. So you must show us what is given, and show us what contradicts what is given. Before you can go to therefore, there is a confusion here, and it needs to be cleared up, hence this study. Let's take a look at an example. Tachypnea is a common complication reported after open heart surgery in patients that received only post-op physiotherapy care. However, there are no studies reporting on the incidences of tachycardia among patients that receive pre-op physiotherapy care. Therefore, this study will be undertaken as a first step towards understanding tachypnea. I think that second one is not tachycardia, but tachypnea. Tachypnea is a common complication reported after open heart surgery in patients that received only post-op physiotherapy care. However, there are no studies reporting on the incidences of tachypnea among patients that received pre-operative care. Therefore, this study will be undertaken as a first step towards understanding tachypnea in pre-op patient care. So you see, you have identified the true situation, you have identified a gap that does not really agree, because this is what is given, but we have not seen it because no study has been done. So how can we confirm it? Therefore, to speak to it, we have to address this problem. So there must be given, however, and therefore situations. Given, back support or back belts recently have been marketed as a significant aid in the prevention of low back pain. However, the scientific literature does not confirm their benefits. So can somebody tell me what the therefore should be? In your own words. Are we there?
However,
yes, we have however already. We say back support or back belt recently have been marketed as a significant aid in the prevention of low back pain. However,
there are still patients.
Comes, the scientific literature does not confirm their benefits. So what will be the therefore?
Hello, can I give a try?
Yeah, give a try, please.
Okay. Therefore,
who
this
is speaking?
study. Oh, okay. I am Rashida Zibiri.
Okay.
Therefore, this study aims to confirm the efficacy of back belt in the treatment of in the prevention of back pain.
Exactly. Exactly. So if you look at this one, the first two examples I've given you, the problem actually is gap in knowledge, isn't it? There is gap in knowledge. The given is what is known in the literature, or what is known in the market in practice. This is in practice. This belt is sold. It is said it does this, but there is no literature to support it. I can't find any. There's no evidence. So this is a big gap there is a gap in knowledge whether it really does what it is said to do. So it's a problem. How do we act without any evidence of act without a basis in evidence? So therefore, there is a need to test its efficacy. And that's Rasheedat has done a fantastic contribution there. And if you look at the first one we have just done, you will also see that this one is also speaks to a gap. Everything done is in post-op, but nothing has been said about pre-op. That information is missing. We need to really fill it in. And so, you can see how I configured it, which totally agrees with what Rasheedat has said. Therefore, more substantial work in this area is needed before the approach can be considered needed. We have to test the efficacy. That is to say, we need to test the efficacy. And when I use the word substantial, it means that not just one study. You know, science have a language. So I'm saying that you don't just do one study and say, it's effective. No, zero information, zero science on this. Therefore, we need more substantial, we need many studies so we can synthesize them and get an evidence that will guide practice. So problems and conflict can be found through the review of rehabilitation literature. You see, by reviewing literature, you can find a problem. You can see the gaps, you can see missing links, you can see imbalances, you can see unsatisfactory set of affairs, and you can now hold on to them and find solution and conduct a very good study. Clinicians are better off in this regards than academicians because you have the patients all the time. And to be sincere and frank, there's a study we are going to publish very soon. We looked at, scientific output in Africa at global level to see collaboration between the clinicians and the academicians and the participation of both in generating research. And it's not encouraging at global level. So we must have to do more. And I'm happy that most of you are here because it shows that you are willing to do more. There must be that synergy and collaboration between the academicians and the clinicians. You nudge each other, but you need to do more because nobody can tell the story except us about physiotherapy interventions and what physiotherapy can do. So the criteria for evaluating research problems. The first one, after you have identified the given, the however, and the therefore, the first one is this study feasible? Do we have enough population? Are there enough people going for cardiothoracic surgery that can generate the necessary population sample size? Because without the appropriate sample size, you won't have the statistical power. So you need to ask that question. Is the problem interesting? Is it of interest to the public? Is it of interest to the scientific community? Is it of interest to my patients? Is the problem new? Is it innovative? Is it novel? Can the problem be studied ethically? Is the question relevant in any ways? Is it relevant? So these are things you must have to ask yourself. Let me give you an idea of a novel problem that we attended to sometime. I and my student did this study during the Ebola crisis. And several teaching hospitals were on standby. And Ebola comes with symptoms that initially it's a musculoskeletal, they come with musculoskeletal symptoms. So they must land in the physiotherapy department. And physiotherapists, we treat them without knowing that actually these guys have Ebola at the onset of the disease. So it means physiotherapy is actually, thank God it never really broke out because we were almost an endangered species in that regard. So, but quickly, my student did something. Ebola can be controlled with sanitation level, hygienic level, if we up our game. That's the only saving grace that can help to stop it. But hand hygiene practices among physiotherapists, what is it like? Are we ready to deal with the endemic, the epidemic at that time? So we did a study on hand hygienic practices and microbial contaminants in the hands of physiotherapists. So we took a look at their hand hygiene practices, and we also took a hand swab from physiotherapists. We also cultured their water. We took their water that they normally use to wash their hands. We cultured it from the source where they get it from. We also took their hand swab. We cultured them. We also interviewed them about their hand hygiene practice. And quite frankly, what we saw was mind-boggling. From 3 tertiary hospitals, I have presented to you just in that picture, the hand hygiene practice standard in those hospitals. In Ebola crisis, so at the peak of it, this is how prepared they were. You must have running water. And these hospitals we have, we're utilizing surface water. I mean, water from buta, jerrycans, open stuff, kept outside so rainwater can fall inside. And so what did we discover? That the compliance level to WHO standard was less than 70%. By a majority of the physiotherapists, 55% of them scored less than 70% in compliance to WHO standard. And hand washing agents, because what is recommended is not tablet soap. Nobody uses that stuff. It's liquid soap because the microbes can actually stick to the tablet soap and grow there. And so when you come to use what another person have used, you will carry the microbes. The organism follows you. So liquid soap is the standard. 81 to 100% of the time, the physiotherapists used soap, tablet soap, and water. For 81 to 100% of the time, tablet soap and water. Microbial loads that we found, it decreased with the hand hygiene practice of physiotherapists by greater than 50%. However, new species that we are now found after the hand hygiene practice. So we took a swab of their hand before they washed. We took a swab of the same hand after they have washed. And we saw that the ones we saw before were removed. New ones were added. And what does it mean? The water they were using and the tablet soap they were using were surfaces that actually infected them more. So they have this notion that, eureka, I have sanitized my hands, I'm clean, whereas they are actually carrying new species of contaminants and dangerous microorganisms. Because we saw Staphylococcus there, we saw different dangerous organisms there. And so what were the barriers? So they are not doing these things the right way. Their forgetfulness to wash their hands. Many didn't wash their hands at all. So they forgot. The other one is unavailability of hand wash. Because what they had was soap and not hand wash. But look at their hand hygiene standard. So this was mind-boggling. But you see, nobody has done this before. And so physiotherapists do not know in Nigeria what they were in for. And so this was a novel study, because this was the first time a study like this was done. And we went to the laboratory and we conducted extensive culture. And it was published in an impact factor journal and presented at World Physiotherapy Congress in 2015 in Singapore. It was accepted for platform presentation, for oral presentation, because it was a novel study. It looked at a novel problem. These are the kind of things we need to do. And just to think a little bit about it, and you can actually make some reasonable contribution. And if physiotherapists in Nigeria can see this study And heads of department say to the CMD, no, we are, an endangered species because we use our hands all the time. So my department cannot, except you want my workers to be sick all the time, we can't afford to lose anyone. I need to have running water in this department, or at least an overhead tank. I need to also have hand wash. It is compulsory for my department because we use our hands. No other person does that as much as we do. Things like that. And look at this study. On the basis of this study, we are even endangering our patients. Please. And something will happen because there is evidence now to back it up. Those are the kind of things we can do as physio. If we don't do it, nobody will do it for us. Once a problem is selected, what do we do next? There is a need, after we have selected a problem, to put it into a theoretical framework that will allow us to now view it in relation to other research works and also other variables in the environment. So the theoretical framework, what are we referring to? The literature review, establishing the problem is often narrowly focused on the topic. And so you don't see other intervening variables. In contrast, that theoretical framework itself, it processes a much broader perspective from which you can view the problem. And for the example we gave, using the back belt, the biomechanical framework may be a relevant theoretical framework, to thinking about that problem. In the framework below, back support are viewed as a biomechanical device that increases intra-abdominal pressure and decrease compressive load on the spine. So it's no longer viewed as something that simply, decreases compressive load of the spine, but it's also viewed now as increasing intra-abdominal pressure. And if you review the literature, you may not see that aspect, but the moment you put it in the biomechanical framework, it will show you that there is also an aspect that has to do with, increasing intra-abdominal pressure, which has some impact on the blood pressure as well. So if you're studying back support from this perspective, the biomechanical perspective, it will mean that you have to get defining variables that are related to the framework. These variables will contribute to the variables of interest in your study. We just not limit it to how does it support the spine and decompress the load. No, you also have to get the variables that define intra-abdominal pressure. How can you measure it? What are the indicators of it? You have to use them either in terms of respiration or in terms of blood pressure, or even in terms of pulse rate. So rationalizing the relationship between the theoretical framework is another important thing. So if back supports decrease compressive loads of the spine, then demands on the back extensor muscles should be reduced. That is the implication. If demands on the back extensor muscles are reduced when we are in back support, then endurance on back extensors should be enhanced. Are you seeing the things you can measure? Are you seeing the variables that you can measure? Because you have put this thing now into the biomechanical framework. It's now making you to think. It's not making you to see relationships that are affected by this, which needs to be studied and measured. You can use EMG, electromyography, to make some measurements there. So now, are you seeing now the broader context, the application of that framework to this circumstance? So you have the control variable, belt from the same material. And what happens when it's an independent variable, and when you now put that independent variable on, it decreases compressive loading. And when it decreases compressive loading, it goes on to decrease demands on the back extensor muscles. But there are intervening variables, which the biomechanical framework is also showing you. Body weight is an intervening variable. Height is an intervening variable because they affect loading. Age and percentage body fat, they are intervening variables. They affect how the spine is loaded. So it is not just the belt itself that will create the effect. It will create the effect, but it has to interact. It depends on whether the person is going to create that effect. How much weight does the person have? How much body fat? What is the age? What is the height of this person? And you wouldn't measure those variables if you have not put them in the biomechanical framework. And so you may just do a study, you just put the belt and you just measure electrical activity of the extensor of the back. And once you measure it, hooray, you are home and dry. Your examiner will say, how does this do weight affect loading of spine? You say yes. Do fat affect it? You say yes. Age affect it? Height affect it? Did you measure any of these? No. Did you find out whether these things interact with the belt to decompose the spine, or whether your answer is influenced by them as a confounder? You have no idea. Then there's a problem. But the framework now brings them out to you. And so the final dependent variable is enhanced endurance of back extensors. So you have to measure muscle endurance. You have to also measure electrical activities of the back extensors. So this topic can also be conceptualized using the health promotion framework that looks at health promotion behaviors in the workplace as the result of convergence of a complex set of cognitive factors. And if you are using that health promotion framework, we now begin to look at the cognitive, the cognitive or perceptual factors, then the modifying factors, then the participation in health promotion behaviors. So you look at the importance of health and the demographic characteristics of participants. So awareness and priority for importance of health, control of health, perceived health benefits of what you want to do, perceived barriers to it, and on one side, the demographic characteristics, the biological characteristics, the situational factors, they all come together to affect health promotion behaviors or behavioral factors. And then the likelihood of, engaging in health promotion behaviors, despite the interaction of these variables, that will determine how you participate in promoting your health. So this can also be utilized to study this, to do this kind of study, but in a different context, in a different research question. Because you're now trying to know whether people are willing to use that belt, even if it is found to work. Are they willing to use it? And for you to use it, to find out how willing they are to use it, you have to use a different model, health promotion model. But if you want to find out the efficacy of that belt, you use the biomechanical model. But when you have found out it's effective, next thing is, are people who are supposed to, are they able to use it? And when you begin to think in that way, the problem has changed. It has switched gears. You now go to health promotion model. You now begin to see other variables you need to study. They all come into play. So you have to use the theoretical framework, and there are many theoretical frameworks. And if I do a random question and answer now, you will find that many of you don't even know all the theoretical frameworks that are applicable in physiotherapy. You may have as much as almost 180, but you may not know up to 2. In fact, some of people will be surprised hearing some of the ones I mentioned today. And yet you have done studies on effect of physical activity, effect of exercises. These are behavioral interventions. And you can't do that study without bringing in and without being driven by health behavioral models or health behavior theories. Developing research questions, therefore, entails identifying the problem, then place it in theoretical perspective, then develop specific questions that will be studied, then raise many questions and select a few. Ask only the questions that the research will answer. So once you put it in the framework, you can raise many questions. You can see, what is the effect of, what is the interaction of age and this? What is the interaction of height and this? What is the interaction effect of this and that? You can raise many questions, but at the end, you narrow down. Some questions you remove. you can to the most important and most relevant 4, or most important and most relevant 2. Then the aims and objectives are derived from research questions. After problem statement, next thing is research question. After research question, next thing is aim. Not aims. There is only one aim, one overarching aim. There cannot be more than 2 aims, because the end point of your research is one, but the objectives speaks to the steps you take towards that aim. So aim and objective are derived from the research questions. Some researchers prefer to state the purpose of their study as a question. That is that aim. They may just put it as a research question and they don't go further to put aims. Other researchers prefer to state their purpose as an objective. It depends on what works for you, but it's okay. So this is the end of module 1. Any questions? Are we still there?
Yes, we are
Yes,
here,
sir.
sir.
I would like to ask a question.
Okay, please do, because that piece I had at the end, it was like the peace of God that passeth all understanding.
Yes, sir.
And
I would like to ask a question, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. My question is, what's the major difference between a scoping review and a systematic review?
Okay. A scoping review, even though the question is outside of my presentation, but that is good. That is also an interesting part, because it shows you are paying attention now to the need for us to be more involved and engaged in systematic reviews and all types of reviews. Scoping review simply takes a look at the terrain. It takes a look at the terrain and says, this is what it is that I can see. You know, it takes a look at the terrain and comes up with what it can see. If you want to take a look at the terrain to know what are the interventions available in physiotherapy for managing stroke patients, maybe you want to develop a new procedure or intervention or technique. You want to do a study on the efficacy of physiotherapy interventions. You don't just wake up and say, Baba, I know how it is done now. I've been a physiotherapist for 30 years. It's not in physiotherapy intervention. I know what we do for stroke patients now. You now set up to study. You are going to end up in a big mess. That study will not be published, because you have not done the right thing. You want to find out the efficacy of physiotherapy intervention. First of all, you have to go into the literature and find out what are the physiotherapy interventions available. From onset of literature databases till today, for managing stroke patients, what are the ones available? And in what context are they available? What is the practicality of their use? Because you can do scoping review within the framework of implementation science, where you now begin to interrogate feasibility, interrogate cost effectiveness, interrogate practicality of its deployment. You look at the contextualization of the components of that treatment. Is it feasible, is not feasible, and so on and so forth. You know, if you use the implementation science framework, there are so many of them. You have the RE-AIM framework and so on. But you begin to interrogate these physiotherapy intervention modalities in that framework as well. So scoping review makes you to scan across the landscape from beginning of literature or from any date you want till now, what are the available physiotherapy modalities for treating stroke patients? It will answer that question. It will bring them out. It will contextualize them. It will bring them, even when you interrogate it further in the context of implementation science, it will tell you what is implementable, what is not implementable. It can be categorized in that way. And when you have done this, you have gained an insight of not just what is done, but what is done across the world. The ones done in Africa, the ones not done in Africa, and so on. So you have gained a knowledge. You have scanned the landscape of literature to see everything about physiotherapy modality for treating stroke. That is what scoping review can give you. It gives you the glance through the landscape of what is available. It can also be tweaked a little bit using implementation science framework to also show you what is practical, feasible, what can be practically implemented or not implementable in any given setting. So you can do all that with scoping review. But it will not answer the question, what is effective? Because it is not designed to answer that question.
Okay.
But what will tell you what is effective is systematic review.
Okay.
Systematic review will synthesize evidence. So long as you have also identified their inclusion criteria, limiting it to randomized control trial. It doesn't mean that you cannot also use observational studies. It doesn't mean you cannot also include quasi-experimental studies. You can do all that, but when you synthesize evidence from those kind of mixture, then we lose confidence in the estimate of effect. We begin to question the final effect. We can't actually grade it as an excellent grade effect because you have brought in doubts by bringing in sources of data where there is no control, where there is a room for confounders, where there is no extraneous control of the confounding variables. Therefore, we cannot link the findings to the hypothesis you have made because there is an alternate hypothesis. If weight can affect blood pressure and exercise can affect blood pressure, and you didn't control for weight, and you brought people who are as big as I am and people who are as big as Lucy Edet is. Lucy, you used to be very slim in those days. I don't know if you are still slim.
I'm still slim, sir.
Aha. So if you now bring some people like Yokozuna and then bring somebody like Lucy, and then at the end of the study, you even control for weight. But if you use randomized control trial, you must control for weight because it will tell you that you use people who are of the same weight category if you want to eliminate weight, or otherwise bring everybody in. But when you are doing your analysis, you subgroup them. You say for these people who are obese, they were analyzed differently. Those who are within this weight category were analyzed differently on the effect of this intervention on them, because you are trying to make sure that there is, some comparability. There is equivalence of participants in both the control group and the intervention arm. But observational studies will not do that. Cross-sectional studies will not do that kind of comparability, baseline comparability. They're not interested. But in randomized control trial, if there is no baseline comparability, you can proceed. That's why you even randomize them so that they can, probability of having equal separation, equal representation is established. So comparability at baseline is almost guaranteed. So that's one aspect. That's an important aspect. So you can now proceed to do efficacy trials and then systematic review that is focused on randomized control trial. We give you an insight. You can either do a systematic review without meta-analysis, in which case what you now do is narrative synthesis. That is, you're able to extract data from all the studies you have included, and you do a narrative synthesis telling us about the effect of this intervention vis-a-vis the outcomes of interest you have identified. So at the end, it is clear to everybody. that out of 100 papers, 98% said it's effective, then it's effective as far as this outcome is concerned. So systematic review will give you evidence of efficacy. Meta-analysis is the highest level of evidence you can get because it gives you the effect size. It gives you the statistical parameters to interrogate the data further, to quantify it further. So you look at the risk ratio, the odds ratio, these are all effect sizes. Especially when you now begin to take a look at the studies to see if they are a homogeneous sample or a heterogeneous sample. It will tell you that if they are a homogeneous sample, it will mean you pull all the data from 500 studies as if they are coming from one study. Therefore, the level of evidence is very high because you may now have in your in individual studies 100 patients was there, 20 patients was there, the sample size is so small. But when you put them in a systematic review, you may have 20 studies, and these 20 studies may give you 10,000 patients, or 5,000 patients, or 3,000 patients, and so you are looking at data from 3,000 patients, 1,000 patients, as compared to 10 or 20 or 5, if you have looked at them individually. And if you test for homogeneity, where they did the same thing, clinical application, methodology, was there the same thing? In terms of the clinical intervention, was it the same thing they received? If for any reason the homogeneity of the sample is assured, heterogeneity is so low and homogeneity is very high, it means that that study will have the highest grade of evidence supporting the outcome that you have sought to it. Either he found an effect or he didn't find an effect. If he didn't find an effect, that's it's settled. If he finds an effect, then that's good. Now, you have done scoping review to identify the studies and what is practical, what is feasible, what is affordable, what will give you challenges. You have solved question number 1. You have gone further to do systematic review for efficacy of those ones you have selected now, the interventions you have selected from scoping review. And systematic review have showed you, oh, this is very effective. Likewise, this one. And then it will rank them for you. And say this one is level 1 evidence, this one level 2 evidence, this one no evidence at all. Then you now say, based on my systematic review, I'm now going to conduct a randomized control trial using this particular intervention for stroke patients in my study because my systematic review shows that it has the highest level of evidence for efficacy in improving this outcome in stroke patients. Have you seen how you have utilized systematic review from scoping review of literature to systematic review of literature, now to randomized control trial? That's what funders want to see. So when you come to a funder and say, give me 500 million, I'm going to show you the efficacy of a Bobat method in management of stroke patients and this outcome in stroke. They look at you as somebody who has come from the moon. You must be an alien. They can't give you their money to waste. But if you have shown them, I have done a scoping review, look at the modalities of physiotherapy available. And among these, this is more feasible, more practical, more cost effective in my area. Look at the science behind it. Now I have gone further now to do a systematic review and look at the effectiveness of these ones I have selected. And because this one is more effective, I have now designed a randomized control trial. I need funds for it. I'm going to utilize this intervention. Then these are supposed to be in your grant application. Your systematic review, your scoping review. And if they are not there, you apply for grant from now till their kingdom come, you won't get it. So your question is very important.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. You're welcome. So let's do the second part. Just give me a few minutes. Let me take some water.
Hello, sir. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Just give me a minute. I'm coming. Let me take some water. I will be with you shortly.
Excuse me, sir, please, you have muted yourself.
We are on break. We are on break now for some minutes.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Email and go up, go now.
All right. I'm back. I don't know if we are still here. Yeah.
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay, taking a look at the chat room. Okay, a lot of people have left. And yes, okay, there's nothing.
Hello, sir. I was about asking a question.
Okay, yes.
It's still Chiere.
Okay,
My
Chinyere,
question is, yes, my question is, must every research, must we do a systematic review for every research?
you must not do it yourself, but others would have done it.
Okay.
But it is important that you can rely on what others have done, if they have done it. Are you with me? But,
Yes, sir.
if you are now trying to, write about anything that has to do with effects of a particular modality, you're doing a randomized control trial.
Yes.
But you have not, in your introduction, when you are making a case to justify it, you have not cited current evidence of efficacy.
Okay.
Current evidence that thing you are talking about works.
Yes.
We'll have problem with it. So if there is no randomized, if there is no systematic review, not just scoping review, but systematic review done in that area that is current in the last 3 years or in the last 5 years, then you should be able to do that systematic review yourself.
Okay.
But if there is, then you cite those ones heavily, and back up, because that is where you have the highest quality of evidence that supports anything you are saying. If you are citing observational studies, we don't want to hear it. If you are citing cross-sectional studies, it doesn't really give us the evidence we are looking for. But when you begin to cite systematic reviews and meta-analysis, then we want to hear what you are saying. And if there is none, do it yourself.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. I haven't said that. Let's move on now. Now, let's go to the next part, literature review. A successful literature review starts with a successful research starts with a detailed literature review. It boils down to what I told you before.
Yes.
So literature review is an account of what has been published on your topic of interest. So you need to know where we are, where the current knowledge is. So the purpose of literature review is actually to critically analyze a given area of published body of knowledge through summary, classification, and comparison of prior result studies and theoretical articles. Mark the words I used: summary, classification, and comparison. You don't go to literature review and begin to write all that you know. Literature review is only focused on those variables that you have identified in the theoretical framework. Those are the variables you have raised questions about. Remember, I told you, and when you select a topic, you identify a problem. You put that problem in the context of a theoretical framework so that you can see all the intervening variables, dependent and independent variables that interplay in that arena. Then with that broad knowledge, you now raise so many research questions. You narrow it down to maybe 2 or 3 or 4. If you have 4 research questions, it means you will have 4 specific objectives. Now, in your literature review, those variables of interest you captured in your research questions, which are derived from your theoretical framework, those are the variables you focus on when you're making your review. But what happens in our review is that our study is on the effect of weight, height, sex, and muscle strength. We now come to literature review. We add muscle power. We add body weight. We add location and geographical distribution. We add the impact of socioeconomic values. We bring everything you can think of. The reason why we do it is because we are ignorant of research principles and procedure. Literature review is not where you copy and dump anything. It's where you are very conscious. You are very focused. That is why we start always with the conceptual framework. That's what starts a literature review. And that conceptual framework, you adapt that framework to your study. If you don't successfully adapt it to your study, it is useless. Many examiners will hold you on that. You must adapt it to your study so that in the context of your study, what does it say? You will show what it says. You will show what variables are important. And those are the variables you have raised questions about in your chapter 1. And those are the variables you will discuss in your literature review. And what do you do there? You summarize current knowledge in each of those variables of interest. You classify those knowledge that are available. You compare those knowledge. You compare. So you summarize, you classify, you compare. So comparison of that prior research study or theoretical articles, we give you an insight into where we are and where there are gaps, where there are missing links, where there are imbalances, what is known, what is unknown. And that takes us also to how you write your introduction. And let me tell you why most of your papers are rejected and most of your grants are rejected. Because of how you write your introduction. Because if you have knowledge of what we have said so far, when you now want to write your introduction, you will see from what we have said that before you start writing, you would have read literature. You get a topic, you go to literature to go and read about it in order to equip yourself with what is known, what is unknown. You do your conceptual framework, you take a look and see the variables of interest. When you have done all those things, you are now aware of the problem. You are now aware of the variables of interest. You are now aware of everything that you need, the current knowledge in literature. That's when you start writing. And when you start writing, there are 5 paragraphs that are important. 5 easy ways. The first paragraph, what is the issue? That is all. What is the issue? I will advise you before you write every paragraph, write the caption so that you remain within that area. A paragraph is roughly half a page. So you won't exceed half a page. What you are going to write is, what is the issue that warrants this study? That's in your first paragraph. Many of you will come and say, I'm writing on the effect of exercise on depression in people living with HIV. Their first paragraph. HIV was discovered in 1945. It killed 2 people in America. And then it killed 5 people in Japan. 13 million people are suffering from HIV. This sickness is so bad that people die every day. In Africa, Africa is finished because of HIV. Even when HIV kills, it kills together with tuberculosis. After it has killed with tuberculosis, it will even add, in fact, it kills women more than it kills men. So it has been killing. And up till now, there is no cure for it. Paragraph 1 is finished. What have you really said? A reviewer will read that and get angry. Very, very angry. Because you don't know how to write research. You have poor grantsmanship. It is not written that way. And many of you have done masters and PhD and without grasping this. But that's the truth. And that's why most of your very good, excellent papers are not published. Because how you tell the story is important. You must go the scientific way. Tell them what the issue is. You are looking at the effect of HIV or physical activity on depression. What is the issue? The issue is that depression is the issue. So if you say depression in HIV has been established by several authors, then the investigator is listening, the reviewer is interested. They have been established by several authors. You cite them. The cause of depression has been associated with stigma, socioeconomic challenges, and lack of independence and symptoms of diseases, which progresses from day to day. You now begin to write about the issue, and 35% of people who live with HIV have been found to have depression, and this is more pronounced among those who are in this age. The consequences of depression include suicide, this one, lack of physical activity, adherence to medication, and which will continue to jeopardize the 1990 program. Therefore, the consequent effect on SDP, on SDG 3.4, which seeks well-being for all for the world population, is also of concern. However, physical activity, you can now say, however, medications are available for depression, but these medications also have side effects, which include this. The undesirable drug-drug interaction requires that a novel approach, which is non-pharmacological, should be encouraged. In this regard, physical activity has been found to have significant impact in mitigating depression in those who do not have HIV, and may have a translational benefit in those who have HIV, and hence needs to be investigated. Period. Yeah, paragraph 1 is done. Anybody who reads that paragraph 1 knows the problem, what the study is all about. You don't come there and tell us by moonlight and tell me. It is now in paragraph 2 that you now write what is known about this problem. In that what is known, that's where you begin to now write HIV affects a substantial number of people globally, which is estimated at 32 million in 2022 in the most recent survey, or in 2020 survey released by UNAIDS. In Nigeria, 1.9 million are affected. In Abuja, 300,000 are affected. And every year, about 160,000 new cases are reported. These represent substantial burden on the health system and will affect productivity. HIV has also been shown to exacerbate depressive symptoms in those who have the tendency, and even in those who have it. Currently, this is the statistic. It is in paragraph 2, you give us statistics, you tell us what is known. What is known in paragraph 2. And you are done. In paragraph 3, you now tell us what is not known. You tell us the gaps, the debates, the missing links, the controversies, the challenges that warrant the study itself. Because after you have told us what is known, you now say, however, there are challenges that still need to be addressed, which is related to non-pharmacological interventions that are effective for this, considering that drug-drug interaction, which is associated with medication, antidepressant medication, is undesirable for this population. And one of these is physical activity. You now come down to paragraph. Physical activity has been found to so. However, it is not integrated in the management of HIV in the clinics. It's not like part of the integrated protocol. Even physical activity has been found in some people, in some cases, to improve it, where some studies say it didn't improve it. Many of the studies who said it improved these were observational studies. Some of them were non-experimental, some were cross-sectional. And none has been done in this climate. And there is a need to have a nuanced view, insight into this matter. And you have laid the controversies, you have laid the gaps, what is not known, what is not known. At the end, paragraph 3 is done. Paragraph 4 is what is to be done to address this gap. Normally, it goes with paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 is how will you do it? That one is just supposed to be more than one or two sentences. You can actually match the two. What will be done? In that what will be done will include the aim of your study. So normally the aim, ends it for if you are writing an abstract, for publication in journals. But the aim comes in also partially in your introduction, because you must point people to the direction of what you want to do. And that's why some people will write their aim there and not write it again as a separate body. They go from research questions to objective. So this is how you can organize. So anybody who reads paragraph 1, he knows the issue. Paragraph 2, he knows the current knowledge. Paragraph 3, the gaps in knowledge and controversies. Paragraph 4, what is to be done? What are you going to do in this your study? What is to be done in order to address those gaps? And how will you do it? And then anybody who reads that, is focused. So the same thing is what guides your literature review: summary, classification, and comparison. Their purpose is to convey to a reader what knowledge and ideas have been established in that topic when you do literature review, and what their strengths and weaknesses are, so people can have that perspective. It provides this framework of your research, investigation, and also summarizes the literature you studied in order to develop your research study. But how do you generate the literature? That's another thing. How do you come about the literature you get? What you people do is, okay, let me actually take a look in the literature and see if I can find something. It's wrong. You cannot search literature without Boolean logic. I mean, at elementary level, you have to develop a search strategy. And in the actual sense, you should report how many literature you establish, you found that from that search strategy. You have to develop a search strategy. And that search strategy will include Boolean logic. That's what you use to cite the literature. You have to have keywords. The moment you write your introduction, you must have some keywords, about 5 of them, that summarizes your work. You can use those keywords in a Boolean logic form to search the literature. And you will report it in your literature review at the beginning part, that you cite the literature with these keywords, using Boolean logic. And you mention the databases you searched. It's only when you come to scoping review and then, of course, systematic review, you now go into the proper search strategy. Developing your search strategy becomes very proper. It's a whole thing of its own, because you have to look at the mesh terms, you have to look at the test words, you have to look at the entry terms that were used. So you have to categorize and you know which one you're going to use. And then you now search PubMed, which is very free and which is very common. And then whatever you have developed as your search strategy, you can now modify them to the syntax and subjects of the other databases, because the medical subheadings of different databases are different, So you have to get the mesh terms and then the entry words, the test words, you use them to build your search strategy. And once you build them, you can, the word plus, it's utilized to combine the words. It's a Boolean logic, okay? So you can use plus to combine the search the keywords, If your keyword is physical activity, HIV, weight loss, exercise, what do you call it? HIV, weight loss, and maybe your outcome, okay? You can even go the PICO format, participants, intervention, control, and outcome. So it means you can use your participant, the key population your study is focused as the first keyword, people living with HIV, plus what is your intervention, physical activity, plus what is your control group. If it's normally it is silent, because we know that control those who didn't receive it. And then what's the key? What are the outcomes of your interest? Weight. So it will now be plus weight. What is the second outcome of interest? Maybe muscle strength plus muscle strength. And what is the last one? Maybe is depression plus depression. So you have all that. Those plus, that plus is a Boolean symbol. It's used as a, so we have plus, we have asterisk, we have, so they do so many things. We have and. So if you want to join, you can say people living with HIV plus this one and female, not male. Not will be capital. AND will be capital. So you can use these Boolean logics. Once you say not this one, it will not show you anything that you have mentioned not this one. But if you say and this one, it will show you those that have that one. They have HIV and malaria. Plus, so you are now trying to add the categories of such term. So under participants, if you are looking for participants that have more than one characteristics, you can use and. So people living with HIV and malaria, plus physical activity, not physical exercises, plus, or and. So you can use that conjunction. So by the time you do that, you now copy that search term. You paste it to test the sensitivity. You can modify it to see how many papers it's able to call up that fall in that rep. Because you must be systematic in calling up your paper. If you're not systematic in calling up your paper, it means there is selection bias in your literature review. That can happen quite frankly, especially when you want to do a narrative review. Essentially, that is what you are doing actually. But when you are doing a randomized control trial, it's encouraged as much as possible. Even when you search your literature, you saw some kind of lack of bias in selecting them, so that you are able to give every paper published fair chance of appearing. And then you read them. And then you focus on those variables of interest. So if you have specific variables of interest, which you have used as keywords to search your literature, it means those variables should guide what you discuss. You don't discuss outside of those variables. That is the simple common sense. And that is how it is done. So you also do literature review so avoid reinventing the wheel. At the very least, it saves time. So don't begin to find gaps, but don't invent the wheels. Build on the platform of existing literature and ideas. Learn about other people's working in that same field. Provide intellectual context of your work, and enable your own, enabling you to position your project relative to other works. Then learn about opposing views, very important. In fact, they are more important. Discover information and ideas that may be relevant to your project. Your research method that could be used also could come from there. So, and then selecting sources of literature. A good literature review itself requires good literature search. That's why I said you develop Boolean logic to search it and search exhaustively, and get information you need. So you're not limiting yourself. You can also use snowballing method. Your initial reading to become familiar with the topic is important. Material in reader or a review article, identify keywords, I mentioned that those keywords before and key issues, you use them to search your literature. You can also use the snowball approach. So when you have identified the articles that are relevant to your study, maybe you have used Boolean logic to identify them. You now go to those articles, look at their references. Because there are articles in the area of their interest. They will have also cited references in the same area of interest. So when you read such articles, go to their references, you read, you will see other papers that are relevant to you. Then those papers you have seen there, go also to their references, you will see other papers relevant to your own. Then go from there. So we call it snowballing. It's a way of, it's a snowball approach to literature review. You can do online search of databases. I've mentioned that there are many databases. You have the PubMed, Medline, Visco, CINAHL, Pedro. There are many of them. Keep track of what you have searched, where and with what keywords you used. The issue is, do you really search with keywords? Or what you do is you go to Google, you just type a sentence and you begin to search. Once you click anything, Google will show you something. That's not how to search stuff. What are the possible sources of information? You can get information for a literature review from individuals, from professional groups, professional organizations, from published information, books, articles, indexes, abstract journals, and so on. Unpublished information, that's what we call the gray literature. You can get it from websites, records, computer database, from different professional bodies. What is the possible source of information? Of course, you can get from clinic, hospital-based data from the clinical case files, routine statistics in the registers, summaries that you are given and provided every quarter, statistics issued at national, state, and local government areas. These are sources of information. Reviewing and writing down the literature is important. So once you have identified the key sources of information for your topic, you then set to work, to describe, to critique, and to relate each source to the other subject of inquiry. This prepares you to organize your literature, in a very logical way. Work out a structure as soon as possible and take, notes using that structure. It will save you time. It helps you to develop a clear line of argument. It decreases the likelihood of plagiarism. And it increases the potential for analysis. It unpacks the constituent parts, isolates the main variables of interest, and the review itself makes it quite easy. Review abstracts or skim through the whole abstract, the whole paper. You can skim through, but have a structure. I will show you what I mean by a structure. You have to have a table. So in that table, name of author, the key issue the author is talking about, what are the outcomes of interest, what did they find out? You write it in your words for every paper you have read, you summarize, every paper you have. At the end, you just copy your summary and paste it and link them together. That's your literature review because you did it in your words, you're not plagiarizing. That's how to avoid plagiarism. Check for reference, identify key issues. More detailed reading is needed in some areas and note-taking, especially areas that have to do with the key issues of your study, where you have good quotes, source of information, reference as you go along. So you keep writing and you keep refining. This is the structure you can use to do literature review. Get your paper or get your system. Type 4 columns. Column 1, the reference or the author. You give the author, the title of the article, and then the issue. What are the key issues that the article is talking about? Weight reduction, okay? Or the article is talking about, weight reduction through exercise, or weight reduction through drugs, or weight reduction through, socialization and things like that. Thematic area. What are the areas of interest or what are the objectives? Okay? Relationship, weight and height. Relationship, this and that. That could be thematic area. Just a short word that will make you understand what it's all about. Then what are the remarks? What are the special quotes you have? You can copy a special quote from that author and paste. You can copy a special finding. the findings of that author and paste it there. You can summarize what the author you have learned from the author in your own words. You write it there. So when you are doing these things for 30 authors or for 30 papers or for 20 papers, you already have substantial material. You don't need to go and copy anybody. If you now come to column 4, this one under remarks, if you copy them from the entire column and paste it, Eureka, you have already finished discussing. You have done a good literature review. You will see the linkage. And you will do so with, and because you have also provided themes and the issues, you know where to copy them and paste them. Author 1 is on this area, you copy it and paste it in that area. Author 2 is in this area, copy it. So when you have copied all of them and pasted them under their various areas, you link them up. You will now begin to see that this person said this one saw something contradictory. You now begin to see everything because you have been taking notes and so on. At the end, you are saying it in your words because you summarize them properly, not to copy and paste. That's how literature review is done. The process of doing a literature review can be divided into 2 parts, the search process and the writing of the review. So you have to establish the criteria for selecting the materials that you need, and then continue the search until you come to a point of saturation, where the same sources now keep repeating, no matter how you search it. This point where you see the same paper all the time is called saturation point. And when you get to that point, you stop searching. You now go over to go report what you have. And then locate a reasonable number of sources and begin reading those sources. Arrange the materials reviewed into categories that are suggested by the material itself, by objectives, by topic, by data range, or by region. Structure the write-up of your review into 3 parts: introductory material, the body of the review, and the concluding section of that review. And then identify the key literature relevant to the topic that you are set out to do. Review that literature thoroughly with an open mind, not minding whether it contradicts what you have in mind or not. Then record your sources of data accurately and consistently. Analyze the information in a systematic way and comprehensive and relevant manner. These are some of these sources of literature. You can use Hinari. Hinari has this, sponsored by World Bank. It has a lot of papers on it. These are other sources. Ebisco, you can use these websites to assess them. And then that brings us now to the next topic, hypothesis. Somebody asked me to discuss hypothesis. I read it in the charts. So I'm going to discuss hypothesis. What is hypothesis? I mentioned this before, that this is an area we do so badly in Nigeria, based on my experience as an examiner. How many types of hypotheses do you know? I want an answer in this area. I want to engage you people because that is how we are going to learn more here. So can you tell me how many hypotheses you know? How many types of hypotheses you know?
There are 2 there are 2 types of hypotheses.
Okay. Can you name them?
The null hypothesis and the alternate hypothesis.
Okay. These are the very popular ones. But it may interest you that, yes, they are, these hypotheses you just mentioned are subtypes of one hypothesis, actually. That is a hypothesis that has different subunits. You have not even mentioned the main hypotheses that have that subunit. But you have mentioned their subunit as if to say that they are broad types of hypotheses. And this is very common in Nigeria. So I am very confident you answered well. And you answered well as far as that type of hypothesis is concerned. You have null and alternate hypothesis. Anybody who has any other view?
There is simple hypothesis. That is the bell curve. There is complex hypothesis. We also have directional and non-directional hypothesis. And then the typical null and associative and causal hypothesis.
Exactly. You are right. These are in terms of function and the roles they play. You have a simple, you have a complex. Because in simple hypothesis, you are dealing with just a few number of variables of interest. But in complex ones, you may have many variables actually coming into play in the same hypothesis, not just if it is hypothesized that weight reduction will bring about an increase in blood an improvement in blood pressure. But when you begin to say it is hypothesized that a reduction in weight will bring an improvement in blood pressure, improvement in weight heap ratio, and the improvement in level of depression. Now you are having so many variables in one hypothesis. It's a complex one. There is a way it is splitting. The hypothesis can be directional, it can be non-directional. And this is what will determine what you do in your chapter 3, especially in your statistical analysis. If the hypothesis is directional, it means that you cannot do any analysis except your P is one-tailed, because you have only one direction. You have a defined direction. Therefore, your T must be one-tailed T test. But if your hypothesis is non-directional, then you can now do what you call two-way t-test. Not one-way t-test. It's not one-tailed test, but two-tailed test. But many of you will not know this. So it means that in situations where you use those tests and you have no hypothesis, that you're using one-tailed t-test or two-tailed t-test, you don't even understand what you're saying because there's no hypothesis that warranted that. So hypothesis will give you an insight whether you are doing one-tailed or two-tailed, because you must have based on some assumptions. But there are many types, and we're going to see them. And that will tell you, I want to radically change your view about hypothesis. And you see many things you have been doing very, very wrong. What is research hypothesis? Have any of you heard about research hypothesis? I want a feedback. Have you heard about scientific hypothesis? Have you heard about statistical hypothesis?
Yes.
Have you heard about experimental hypothesis?
Yes.
Have you heard about null hypothesis?
Yes.
Good. So these are types of hypotheses, but they mean different things. And there are ones that are never allowed, never in your life, allow them to be found in your chapter 1. It is the hypotheses that drive the study. And these hypotheses come from your postulation on the interaction of the variables of interest, their relationship as captured in the theoretical framework. And there are certain values that are attached when you are stating a hypothesis. What is a hypothesis? Can somebody tell me what a hypothesis is? Because that is what will help you from beginning. What is a hypothesis?
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Kodri Abiodun Yedapo.
Okay.
Hypothesis can simply mean predictions of a particular outcomes or a particular scenario. So it just simply means predicting. You are predicting or forecasting what will likely happen or what will likely be an outcome of a scenario.
Exactly. Excellent. Excellent. You are making a forecast of what you are going to see. You are making a prediction of what you are going to see as the outcome of your study. A hypothesis is an informed guess. What is lacking in what Biodu said is that word informed. It's an informed forecast. It's an educated guess. It's an educated prediction. Why is it educated? You cannot make hypotheses without reading the literature. Never in your world ever write hypothesis without reading the literature. Because the hypothesis is derived from the knowledge existing in the literature. After you have read and you are very informed, you can now make hypotheses of what you are going to expect in your own study. So hypothesis is an informed guess. It's an educated guess. It's a scientific guess of your expectation in your current study, the expected outcome. One cardinal feature it has is that it does not contradict the literature. Are you with me? Who defined hypothesis the first time? One of our female colleagues said something. I want to interact with her. Is it Fumi or what's the name? Before Edet, I think Edet was the second person that spoke about
Zibiri.
Huh?
Zibiri was the first person that mentioned null.
Zibiri. You were the person that talked about alternate and null hypothesis. Okay. What study have you done recently or in your university, either at graduate level or undergraduate level? Can you just mention the topic? If you, as much as you can remember of
Okay. Comparative efficacy of Mozo energy technique and core stabilization exercises on patients with non-specific chronic low back pain, chronic neck pain rather. It was on neck pain.
Okay. Did you make any hypotheses there that drove your study? Just be honest.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
So what was your hypothesis? Just one or two you can remember.
Okay,
that's very honest.
Yeah, that there will be no effect of, for instance, core stabilization on non-specific chronic neck pain. And I think I have about 2 or 3 of such, or even up to 6.
Good. Now, is it really a hypothesis that is informed? Is it based on literature? Or does it contradict literature?
Well, it doesn't contradict literature, but then based on what I've just learned, I know I formulated those hypotheses without synthesizing from the literatures.
Good. The reason why I said that is that it's not common to you alone. It's all over Nigeria. And so we were taught the wrong thing. But research makes us to interrogate them and correct them. We were taught the wrong thing. We were told you have to say, there will not be any change, there will not be any effect, there will not be anything. It is common. Everybody did it. But it is not hypothesis in the sense of research hypothesis. But it is hypothesis in the sense of statistical hypothesis. There are 2 types I want to discuss straight up, and then I will discuss the other ones. We have what is called a research hypothesis. That research hypothesis is what drives a study. That's what you find in chapter 1. It is also called scientific hypothesis. it is derived from existing knowledge in the literature. It will never contradict literature. So sometimes you will see people who will make hypotheses. There will not be any change in body weight after physical exercises. That is the informed guess, the educated guess from the literature. That the literature shows that if you exercise, you won't lose weight. And then the title of the person's study is Effectiveness or Efficacy of Exercise in Weight Reduction. If literature have told you exercise cannot make you lose weight, why are you doing the study? You see where examiners begin to have problem with students. Because if you tell me that your research hypothesis that is driving your study, that is pointing me to the direction of the end goal of your study, is that you intend to find nothing. If you intend to find nothing, why are you doing that study? You just want to waste my time. That's what it means. But we did it in error because we didn't know. And that's one of the beauty of the academia. When you grow in academia, try to internationalize. Try to leave Nigeria. Try to go overseas. Try to study. Do your postdoc. Build your hierarchy. Improve yourself so much more. You have opportunities, get employed overseas. Teach. Learn. You will come back and you will feel sorry for some of the things we do and some of the things we have taught people. It is wrong. So we have what is called the research hypothesis. A research hypothesis is an educated guess, just like Judy mentioned. You say it's a forecast of what to expect. So if you expect you won't find nothing, why did you go to do it? In fact, if you put that thing up for funders, many people in Nigeria have lost funding because of that nonsense. You now say the hypothesis driving your study, you are asking him for grant, is that you intend to find nothing. So you want to waste his money. That is not done. We were confusing research hypothesis with statistical hypothesis. Research hypothesis is also called scientific hypothesis. It's also called declarative hypothesis. It declares it. It has a fiat because it is the fact. It doesn't controvert facts. No hypothesis can controvert facts because it is derived from facts as it exists in the literature. So research hypothesis is different from statistical hypothesis. Statistical hypothesis is found in chapter 4. After you have stated all your results, you now raise statistical hypothesis. Statistical hypothesis gives you opportunity to test that hypothesis you raised in chapter 1, your research hypothesis, to know if it is true or false based on the findings you have made. Did they support it? Did you arrive at that destination you desired? Having stated your results, it is normally the last part of the results section. Having stated all your results, and based on these results, that destination, that forecast you made, that this is what you intend to find, this is where you intend to go to, this is what you intend to see when you get there. Did you see it in these results now? You now raise a statistical hypothesis and you assume statistical neutrality. That is where you have the null and alternate hypothesis. The null hypothesis, you state it in null form, so you can assume statistical neutrality. You are not biased in testing those data. And that's where you now begin to say, we assume that null hypothesis is equal to alternate hypothesis. There is no difference between the two. So I am unbiased. I'm now going to assume statistical neutrality and use null hypothesis, and I'm saying that I won't find anything. I proceed from that point. And then I present the statistical results I get and the test statistics and they make the key finding, which may agree with the null hypothesis or disprove it. And if it disproves it, the alternate hypothesis is accepted. The alternate hypothesis always rhymes with the research hypothesis because it is derived from literature, it's derived from facts. But you will always take the null first because you want to assume statistical neutrality without bias. So null and alternate hypotheses are sub of statistical hypothesis. There are the two components of statistical hypothesis. Research hypothesis is the one that drives the study. In that research hypothesis, you will now have many types of research hypotheses, the simple, the complexity, depending on their function, depending on the focus, they can vary, but they must never contradict literature. So some of us who have written, there will not be anything, there will not be anything, we really did it out of ignorance. And it's not acceptable. In fact, I was discussing with a colleague, a professor. When I shared this idea, there was an argument, there was something we were discussing. We were having an examiners meeting. And they raised an issue that a particular student, wrote and said there will not, they raised and said there will be a significant improvement in this with physical activity intervention. And they said, no, it is wrong. Why didn't you state it the right way? And I said, what is the right way? He said, you should have said, there will not be any improvement. I said, is it in the literature? Is that what the literature says? They say, no, but that is how it should be written. Who said so? We have been taught that everybody knows is the correct. I say it's a lie. This student is correct. And I explained. And I brought textbooks, and they read it. From textbooks, they are there in textbooks. They don't state hypothesis that way. In fact, that particular area is not called hypothesis. It is called research hypothesis. That section is called research hypothesis. Not just hypothesis, but research hypothesis. And then in chapter 4, you call that section test of hypothesis. It is different. You are testing hypothesis there. You're not trying to, make a prediction. You are testing the hypothesis you have predicted there. So these are two different things. So in trying to develop your hypothesis, you must have to understand the types, their roles, and what they do. So having said that, research hypothesis is an educated guess about the outcome of the study. It is an intelligent guess about the outcome of a study derived from what is directly and already known in the literature. So it will never contradict literature, never. So when I explained this to my colleague, he said, do you know, it is now I understood why my paper was rejected. I said, what? He said he sent a paper to a very high impact journal. And he felt that paper did so well. But the reviewer read it and was very angry. And wrote a report. In fact, the editor was angry and wrote a report and said that the reason why he rejected that paper is because it is driven by a null hypothesis. But he didn't understand what the man was saying. He said, how can they say they are rejecting because it is driven by because what he stated in his hypothesis is there will not be any, there will not be any, there will be no. And the man said the journal rejected the article completely. They didn't even read it because of that. They didn't read any other thing there. He said, now I understand why they were very angry. I didn't know. I say, yes, because what you should state there is research hypothesis, not statistical hypothesis. And you know what? After they have learned that lesson, they say, but nevertheless, since this university does it the null way, and the student didn't do it the null way, we punish the student for not doing it the null. Change is not easy. The moment you have an understanding that things were done wrongly, that moment, you don't wait next time. You change it immediately. Because you can't ask a student who may have done research and who have read and found that it is wrong thing. You ask to do the wrong thing again. No, that's not what university is for. It's for the right thing. But in any case, this is the change I want you people to go home with. Go and take textbooks. Don't believe me? Go and take textbooks. Get Polit and Hongla. Get any textbook you want. You will see it there. It's written clear there. There is all over. So it's an intelligent guess about the outcome of a study delivered from what is already known in the literature. It's derived from what is known in the literature. So a hypothesis, there are statements about anticipated relationship between two or more variables, or the effect of one or more variables on another variable. So they speak to either they are simple or they are complex. An experimental hypothesis should clearly reveal what the nature of the guess is and have clear implications of what is to be measured. I told you, you call it scientific hypothesis, declarative hypothesis, you call it research hypothesis, experimental hypothesis. That is the language for it. But in that hypothesis, there are components you must find there. It will tell you the nature of the guess. Am I guessing that there will be a decrease? Or am I guessing that there will be an increase? Or am I guessing that there will be a change? These languages are different though. Zibri, am I right?
Zibiri, yes, sir.
Zibiri.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, I will do better.
No
Zibiri,
problem, sir.
do you see what is the difference between these types of hypotheses? The ones I measured, the outcome I mentioned. Would there be a decrease? Would there be an increase? Would there be a change? What do you see?
Yeah, there are differences.
Okay.
There will be a change. It's not very specific. The change could be either positive or negative. There will be a decrease. It's being specific. Yes, the change you have is going to be a decrease in the particular whatever is being measured.
I'm so
So
excited.
one is being specific and one is not outrightly specific, sir.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited with this cohort, this group, because I'm getting feedback that makes me feel so excited. You're correct. And that brings us back to what Lucy said when you were talking about types of hypotheses. So you can see in one hypothesis there, he says there is going to be a decrease or an increase. In essence, there is a direction. That direction can be negative or positive. And the hypothesis is specific. So when he says there will be a decrease, it is specific. Or there is going to be an increase, it is specific, it is directional. However, when he says there will be a change, it's non-directional. We don't know whether it's going to go to the left or right. All I know is that there will be a change, but I don't know whether the change will be positive or negative. So it's non-directional. Are you seeing it now? So in experimental or research hypothesis, you can have a subtype, directional and non-directional. It can also have more than one issue. The anticipated element between two variables of interest. That means simple. Or more variables, more than two. That means complex. And which is what Lucy mentioned the other time. So you have these as subtypes of research hypotheses. So when you are focusing on variables, you can have simple and complex. When you are focusing on the nature of the outcome, or the direction of the outcome, you can now have, directional and non-directional. So you must be clear on the nature of the guess and have very clear implications of what to be measured. So what you must measure, the variables of interest, must be in that hypothesis. So you don't tell us, what you will not measure. What you must measure must be there. So if you are doing a study, I think this thing shifted up. Let me try to pull it down a little bit and see if it's going to work. I don't know. I wanted to expand this, but it's not responding because there is something hidden up there. And, okay, I think I can. Just a minute, please.
Prof, you can
I think you should
click,
copy from down to up.
you can click the cerebrovascular accident part, reduce the font size, and then it will now shift.
Okay. Let me do that.
Font size.
Okay.
Yes,
You're
I think
correct.
it's okay.
Okay. So, yes, you are correct. You see, Gen Z will kill us in this country. You people, the Gen Z, you know how to do all these tech-savvy things. For us, that analog system, we do it the way it is. All right. Let me go back to my slideshow. Okay. Now, we are looking at examples of research hypothesis. Look at the word I used there, research hypothesis. The hypothesis 1, performance of ambulation in post-cerebrovascular accident adults significantly and positively is significantly and positively correlated to the number and duration of neurodevelopmental treatment. Are you seeing this one? That's an example. In this hypothesis, does it contain all the elements we are looking for that a hypothesis should contain? I want some, Zibiri, I want you to criticize it or to accept it and give me reason.
Yes, sir. Sir, I can see some variables, the performance of ambulation.
Good.
The population, that's the CVA adult.
Good.
And then we can see the nature of the outcome is
Good.
directional.
Good. Very good.
I want to say something too. Ruben Chinyereke.
Okay.
It has a direction. It is also specific.
Good.
But it doesn't have a duration.
It doesn't have
a duration.
A duration? How?
Correlate to the number and duration of neurodevelopmental treatment.
Yes. Why do you say it doesn't have a duration? But it stated that it's going to measure
the number and
the number of treatments. Because number of treatments means how many times did you come for that treatment? I came 20 times. It doesn't matter how many times you come. What is the duration? They treated you for 5 minutes or 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. And they want you to start flying. If you are physiotherapist, only spend 5 minutes on you, give you IR, and then say, okay, technician, massage him.
Sorry,
And tomorrow
sir.
you want the patient to do well. It's not possible.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Can I say something, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but you said that research hypothesis should always be in agreement with literature.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that there should be a specific number of treatments that a patient would receive that literature has already stipulated. So saying that it's positively correlated to number and duration, I think is vague. I don't know. I am just.
To give
Yes.
clarity on that, Prof had already said, and then you know how you cannot get your research hypothesis without looking at literature. So the person that stated this hypothesis has already seen literature and knows the number and the duration. That's why it's specific, significantly, and already giving a direction positively. So it means from the literature review, it was positively related or correlated to the number and duration of neurodevelopmental treatment.
Okay, but then will it be wrong if somebody has gotten a number, maybe a specific number of treatments and duration and status in the hypothesis?
Yes.
Will it be wrong if you have gotten the particular number and literature says 10 times, 10 sessions or 20 sessions of NDT will bring, so it wouldn't be wrong to state it in the hypothesis?
You can state it in the hypothesis, but you change how it reads. You want to now state and say, performance of ambulatory function in post accident, whatever, is significant and positive correlated to attendance of not less than 10 clinic or treatment of not less than 10 treatment sessions.
All right, sir. Right, sir.
In that case, you have set a landmark, and you are going to then use it as a threshold.
All right, sir.
And do a subgroup analysis. Those who have less than 10 compared to those who have above 10.
Yeah, okay, sir.
You now compare them to know really who have the best improvement, because your hypothesis has specified it. But if the literature says that improvement is dependent on the number of visits, the more you visit, the more you are likely to improve, then this hypothesis, the way it is fine. And of course, it makes...
All right, yes, I understand now.
So now you can now go and test it in your own clinic to see if it is true. By looking at the parameters already outlined, you look at their the number of sessions they have come, the duration they have come, you look at their ambulatory function and see if it is improved, positively correlated or not positively correlated. Is it significant? And so this shows you outrightly what to expect in this study. This is how a research hypothesis should be.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Sorry for the interruption, sir. My name is Babatunde. Sir.
Okay. Yeah, but to go on.
Yeah, just to check whether it is still okay to go ahead with it, reading as if the research has already been conducted. Will it still be okay if we were to make it to look like it is something that we are doing at the beginning of the research?
Yes, you don't research hypothesis, you don't report it in past tense.
Because what we have here is adults significantly and positively correlated to number, as if it has already been done.
You know what has happened there is a statement that comes before. This study sought to test. That could be the opening statement.
Yeah.
You are trying to say that in this study, you have finished the study and you are writing it. You will say, this study sought to test, or this study tested whether, you don't put a colon, performance of ambulation in post-cerebrovascular accident adult is significantly and positively correlated. Are you getting the point I'm making?
Yes,
So you can report it this way. But if you are writing a proposal, you will say, this study will test
Okay.
whether performance and this is correlated.
Yes, sir.
So that opening statement will tell you whether it has been done or whether it is still going to be done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So the second one says tactile defensiveness is in elementary school age boys is significantly and negatively correlated with social adjustment. Now, this is another hypothesis. And you can see that this hypothesis, you can see the intervention, you can see the population, you can see the outcome, social adjustment, you know, and he's telling you significantly or negatively. So this is a research hypothesis. So research hypothesis drives the study. That's what drives every study. The educated guess is generally based on theoretical grounding for the study. I told you must put the problem in a theoretical framework and then pick the intervening variables and the independent variables and the outcome, the dependent variables. So it must be grounded first of all. And it is when you have put it there, you can raise the problem, then you raise hypotheses from that theoretical framework. Or on the clinical experience of the researcher. Having such a hypothesis helps researchers to place the study in the context of the theory or experience that led to the conduct of that study. Formulating research hypothesis. A research hypothesis may be stated in a positive form and must reflect the following characteristics. It must be related to the problem. So you don't hypothesize something different from the problem you have identified. It involves only a few concepts. You don't put in too many things. So complex hypotheses are normally avoided, except where they are extremely important. It must be reasonable or plausible. You don't hypothesize that a pregnant woman will deliver after 9 months. What do you expect before? So it has to be reasonable now. Or I hypothesize that whatever goes up must come down. Are you expecting it to hang up there? It has to be reasonable. So that is it. So these are some of the things you must make sure your hypothesis takes care of. It must be verifiable. It must lend itself to data collection. Otherwise, you can't hypothesize what we cannot collect data about. You want to hypothesize that the sun will explode tomorrow. And when it explodes, it's going to throw off some quantized energy. And you don't know how to verify the quantized energy is going to throw out. Then you can't hypothesize because you don't have a means of verifying that. It should not contradict well-established principles or laws. Never. Like this is where, when you now say it will not be able, it will not do this, it will not, you are contradicting the literature. You shouldn't do that in hypothesis. Source of hypothesis. Where do you get your sources of hypothesis? It can be derived from the following. From the nature of the topic, you can actually make a hypothesis. From the literature, you can also get your hypothesis. From experience of the researcher, what you have seen every day in the clinic, you can also make a hypothesis. So hypothesis is derived from the following. If a study was essentially descriptive, then it does not really call for hypothesis. I don't know if you get that point. If a study is essentially descriptive, you are doing a descriptive study. The law for descriptive study is observe, describe, document, and then shut up. That's the end. So if you are doing, you must know the scientific principles for each type of design. If you are doing a descriptive study, those are the cardinal things you must do. Observe, describe, document. That's all. When you now begin to do anything outside of this, you're looking for trouble. You are going out of descriptive study. And therefore, descriptive studies does not lend itself to hypothesis. But you will see people who do descriptive study and they are hypothesizing. It doesn't work that way. For instance, you are doing a study and you are studying the color of the number of cars that come into your estate. I hypothesize that more white cars will come into this estate than black cars. How? Because it's a descriptive study. It could be a descriptive observational study. You don't know what to expect. It's a mixed bag. You don't know what to expect. So how can you make a prediction of what you do not know what to expect? So you can't make a prediction. In that situation, you lend yourself to the principles of descriptive study. The profile of leptin in pregnant mothers at third trimester. You have set yourself to do profiling. I have not asked you. Your topic have not said the effect of pregnancy on leptin or variation or changes in leptin with trimester with pregnancy trimester in women. You are looking at just profiling. What are you now going to? I hereby hypothesize that the pregnant women will have high leptin value. Why? It's in the third trimester. It's unnecessary now because you cannot know that. So in a descriptive study, research questions may suffice. You may not need to do, but in observational studies, you may, elicit hypotheses and use them to even test it or to probe, If it calls for comparison, then hypothesis is voided. So if you are doing a comparative study, you don't need hypothesis. Comparative study of fasting blood sugar in pregnancy among diabetics and non-diabetic mothers. You can't hypothesize here because it's a comparative study. You must know the scientific principles. If literature has suggested that difference, then formulate hypotheses. So if the literature has suggested that there should be a difference between this and this after this intervention, formulate hypothesis and say so. But if literature says there should be a difference, and now you formulate your own, you say there will not be any difference, then you are contradicting the scientific principles. Finally, our experience and information we possess through causal observations may need verification. So hypotheses should be postulated. One of the seminal works done by Venerable Professor Ukejo, for which shot him into the limelight, was he challenged Dowsey and Lawsey in medical laboratory sciences about platelet counts. They gave a certain value found among Caucasians as the threshold for thrombocytopenia. Beyond this level, you are bound to have blood clots, agglutination, and everything. And Ukejo is a hematologist in the laboratory working on platelet counts in Nigeria. And he found that our people have higher values of platelet counts than the white people, above the threshold by the authorities, Lawson and Dowsey. And none of them has thrombocytopenia. They walk in alive, they go out alive from his laboratory, they are agile, they are bouncing with very high platelet count. After some time, he decided he summoned courage. How can I challenge? He summoned courage to document it. After documenting it, he challenged those values and then that was when research now started in the 80s to take a look and find out that Blacks, Africans, have higher platelet counts than Caucasians. And he tested a hypothesis, because he has been observing every time. that all the blood works he do in his laboratory, platelet count is very high. Yeah, these people are okay. Nothing happens to them. 10 years, 20, they are still bouncing. So he concluded that blacks have a different threshold. He tested it and he succeeded. And that changed the narrative in the literature right now. So the threshold for Caucasians is now different from that of Africans. Now, this came from observations he had made in his clinic. You can also make such observations and test them. In such scenario, where you have evidence of experience, can be tested using hypothesis. So hypothesis should not be confused. Research hypothesis should not be confused with statistical hypothesis within a study. Statistical hypothesis is usually subdivided into null and alternative hypothesis in a particular type of statistical analysis that is selected. Statistical hypothesis is always a negative or a null statement of the relationship or effects. A null hypothesis is necessary to logically compare the outcome of the statistical analysis to this statement. And so you can see why I said that we have all got it wrong. And I supervise projects in Europe. I supervise projects. In fact, I just finished supervising a PhD student who is going for external examination at University of Witwatersrand. And let me tell you, what we do in Nigeria is a joke, you know, but we will get there gradually. Because in a PhD thesis, you have almost like 5 papers, 5 different studies, sometimes 7 studies. Each objective is a study of its own with a different research design, a different protocol, a different perspective of looking at that overall topic. So any objective you raise is a study of its complete study. And you must publish all of them except the last one before you are allowed to graduate. You know, or show evidence that at least majority are published. The other ones are already undergoing peer review. And so you see that you need to interrogate the same topic using different research designs, qualitative, mixed method paradigm, quantitative, you know, systematic review, narrative review, scoping review, depending on when you come, you choose one or two. You come to a qualitative paradigm, you look at it. Are you using ethnography? Are you using, you know, grand theory, you know, or phenomenological study? Are you using a mixed method design? If it's mixed method, what type of mixed method approach? Is it embedded nested? Is it sequential, you know, nested? So which one? There are different designs because integrative mixed method approach is different. It has so many, it's an approach, it's not a design actually. It has many designs in it. So you used to, by the time you finish your PhD, you will have utilized almost all the research paradigms in the world, the major categories of them in your study. So you are robust. So when you come out and anybody tells you about any aspect of research, you are sound. But what we do in Nigeria is not so much like that. It's just like we do one study, just randomized control trial or something, that's it. But that's not the way. But we keep learning, we'll get there, we'll get there. So at least today, we had the opportunity to interact on this aspect, and it has been quite very engaging and very fulfilling. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Jibril? Is Jibril there?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
When are we ending?
We still have 1 hour, sir.
Okay, we have 1 more hour. Okay, that's fine. So I can take 1 more module, I think. Let me see if that is possible. Okay, just a minute. Let's see. All right, let's, in this module, look at qualitative and quantitative research. Are we tired?
No, Prof.
Okay.
No, sir.
Let's look at different research paradigms, research designs, inclusion, exclusion criteria, what it means, sample size determination, sampling techniques, and so on. It will be helpful if we are able to cover. Now, when you talk about paradigms, I know you may not have heard about research paradigms, but when you talk about research paradigms, you're talking about our beliefs about the methods of obtaining knowledge. The paradigm speaks to our beliefs. In the research context, it speaks to our belief in the method of obtaining knowledge. Each belief or each paradigm is supported by different research methods. Because you do not know what each paradigm speaks to, you may have a different paradigm in your topic, and you use the wrong method for that paradigm. There are different research paradigms or beliefs about how we should be able to investigate a particular area, the what method we should use. And these paradigms stand alone. They have their methods. And I can assure you that you may not know the paradigms. You may also know the paradigms. There are three paradigms used in research. One is qualitative paradigm. One is quantitative paradigm. The third one is the single system paradigm or the single study paradigm. The key point, the key focus of every paradigm is to discover the reality, to discover the truth. Qualitative researchers, they argue that there is no justification for continuing to apply qualitative research paradigms, quantitative research paradigm to soft science in which human behavior is studied. That is the view of qualitative. That thing should be applying quantitative research paradigm, not so there is no reason why you should apply quantitative. All right. So they argue that when you are doing a qualitative studying behavior, which is more like a soft science, it's not about chemical reaction, it's not about metallic, mechanics of physics and things. You are dealing with human behavior, which is far more organic. It's not inorganic. That it is wrong to apply the principles of quantitative paradigm in human behavior, which is soft science. When you're looking at physical activity behavior, physical activity experiences, physical activity effect, physical activity intervention, these involve human behavior or adherence to medication or adherence to physical activity prescription. These involve human behavior. That it is wrong to apply quantitative research principles or the principles of quantitative research paradigms in that context, because this is soft science. That is one of their cardinal beliefs. So, in essence,
it's one of these things.
I hope you can still see my slide.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. I'm trying to move this out of the way so that okay. All right. So they infer that reality changes when it is manipulated. So the qualitative researchers, they believe that when you begin to manipulate reality, and yet you still want to find that reality, that it changes. You have actually changed the reality. So that is their argument against quantitative research paradigm. Those who believe that if you have to manipulate the independent variable in a laboratory controlled condition in order to determine its impact on the outcome or the independent variable. And they are saying that when you begin to manipulate, you're already changing the reality. You're already interfering with the process. Therefore, how can you tell me that you are dealing with reality at the end? Because the reality also involves what happens to the variable of interest, how it was manipulated, and it's no longer natural. So reality is out of focus in quantitative variables because of manipulation. That is the view under qualitative paradigm. The 5 assumptions of qualitative paradigm are: 1, the world consists of multiple construct realities. You look at that word, construct, not concept. And that brings us to question, what is a construct? Constructs are phenomena which are capable, which are not directly measurable. Phenomena that varies in the population, but which are not directly measurable. So when you are dealing with phenomena like social motivation, social support, morale, you are dealing with a phenomenon that is not directly measurable. How can you measure social support? How can you measure motivation? How can you measure morale? How can you measure ego? There is no unit of measurement for ego, but they exist. We know they exist. They are called constructs. When you are doing a study on them, you are actually dealing with constructs. Pain is a construct. No matter the type of psychometric instrument we derive for it, it's a construct. It's not directly measurable. So social mobilization, social participation, these are constructs. They are not concepts. So the world consists of multiple constructs and multiple construct reality. And when you talk about multiple, it means that there are always several versions of reality. So if you're looking for reality, you should not have one version of it. It may vary. There are several versions of reality. There are several versions of the truth about the phenomenon you seek to investigate. And if you want to know what these realities are, you can only find them from the participants. When you ask them to tell you their reality, they will tell you their reality. You cannot categorize this reality and know how many of what you have received fell into one category, or how many of what you have had fell into one category if you summarize them. And that is what we call thematic analysis. So they believe there are multiple construct realities. And so when you are dealing with constructs, you are dealing with qualitative research paradigm. It is different from when you are dealing with concepts. When you are dealing with concepts, you are dealing with quantitative research paradigm. These are two issues. But sometimes we bring constructs and utilize quantitative paradigm to study constructs, whereas we can only study constructs with qualitative paradigm and study concepts with quantitative paradigm. That is our reality. We will come very soon. The investigator and the subjects are interdependent. That is the second assumption. In essence, the process of the research itself changes both the researcher and the subject. Both the researcher is changing the subject or the participant, and the participant is changing the researcher. The researcher's perception from their question. The researcher may ask a question that may change the view of the participant about the reality. The participant may give an answer that may change the view of the researcher about the phenomenon under investigation. So the two affect one another, and that is still a reality. But if you go to quantitative paradigm, they say that the researcher must not inject him or herself in the process. You must not bring in, if you do so, your own view. Otherwise, you are introducing selection bias, whatever bias, this one bias, that one bias. But they are saying that bias is allowed because it is part of natural phenomena. It's part of natural process. That the researcher must influence and the participant, and likewise the participant influence the researcher. The third paradigm assumption is that knowledge is time, not lime. Time and context dependent. Sorry about this. Is time and context dependent. Is time and context dependent. Okay. So, that is the third assumption. So it means that they reject the notion, they reject the monolithic approach and its concept of generalizability. Rather, qualitative research is ideographic in nature. It's not monothetic in nature, meaning that it pertains to a particular case and in a particular time and context. It doesn't do a work that it seeks to generalize. It does a work, it contextualizes. It brings out a nuanced insight about the phenomena under investigation, so that you can gain further knowledge about that phenomena as regards the purpose of your investigation, in the context in which that investigation is carried out, and in the time duration in which it is conducted, and among the people where it is done. So it is time and context dependent. You cannot generalize a work done using qualitative study in Enugu, and you generalize it to what will happen in Jamaica among pregnant women, because pregnant women were involved in the one, but it's a qualitative study. It's against the assumptions of qualitative paradigm. The fourth one is that it is impossible to distinguish cause and effects. So our study of experimental cause and effect and so on, they believe it is impossible. So qualitative researchers believe it is more useful to describe and interpret events than it is to try to control them, to establish oversimplified causes and effects. The fifth assumption is inquiry or research is value-bound. That is to say, that qualitative researchers believe that scientists are not capable of being dispassionate or capable of dispassionate judgment and unbiased inquiry. No, that they will inject their own opinion in the procedure and process, even though we keep swearing every time, no, it's a lie, we never did it. That in one way or the other, we inject ourselves into it. So how can we talk about cause and effect in the absolute sense? So these are the assumptions of the qualitative paradigm. So qualitative paradigm actually plays a very important role in research. The role of that theory in qualitative paradigm, because qualitative researchers accept the concept of multiple constructs, they do not begin their research work with a researcher-developed theoretical framework. So if you are doing a qualitative study, and you now bring a researcher-developed theoretical framework to drive the study, you are not doing a qualitative study. So if you are doing maybe an in-depth analysis or in-depth interview or focus group discussion, and in your literature review, that's all you are doing. In your literature review, you now stated your theoretical framework. It is contrary to the positions of the qualitative paradigm. You dare not do that. Because by their provision and by their expectation, you can only build their own theory at the end of your study. Because each study is contextualized to time and space. So you can only build your own theory. After the end of your study, when you have got your facts, you can build your theory, but you cannot rely on any theory built already and say one shoe fits everybody. It doesn't happen. So they begin their research with an idea of what constructs may be important to an understanding of the given phenomenon. But they recognize that participants of the research will define other versions of what is important. The purpose of this study was to explore, for instance, I can give you an example of what we have said so far. The purpose of this study was to explore the nature of pain that accompanies physical disability, getting an insider's view about experiencing and dealing with pain as part of daily living and communicating. This is purely a qualitative study, purely. Everything you see there are constructs. When you talk about nature of pain, it's a construct. When you look at physical disability, it's a construct. Insider's view, experiencing and dealing with pain, these are constructs. Daily living and communicating. So note the above qualitative research statements does not advance a set of predictions about their findings. It's not saying you're going to find that this one will change or that one will change. He just wants to see what is there, that's it. It's not coming to know whether this one is related to this one. Because you cannot determine such relationships, such kind of this. He wants to see things the way they are. Rather than select a random group of individuals, qualitative researchers will purposively select. This is where we make mistakes. You will see people who are doing a quantitative study. Cross-sectional descriptive study is quantitative. Survey studies, especially when they are quantitative survey, cross-sectional descriptive, observational studies, cohort studies, these are quantitative studies. And then when it comes to sampling, somebody will say subjects or participants were purposively selected. How about? In a quantitative study, you cannot say that. I always have problem with colleagues in Nigeria with this each time I go for examination. Because they do not understand that there are different research paradigms and they have assumptions and regulation and principle. So you cannot use purposive sampling except you are doing a qualitative study. But if it's any type of quantitative study, you dare not mention that you selected your subject purposively, which means by expert judgment, by your feeling. No, you can select by convenient sampling. You can do snowballing method. These are all types of sampling methods that align with the assumptions and the principles of quantitative study. But once it is qualitative, even some people will say, I selected my subjects randomly, and yet the title of their work is Experience of Pain or Experience of Walking Difficulty or Difficulty in Ambulation among people with low back pain. You are doing an experience, and then you are going to do interviews, focus group discussions, and in your method, you are now stating that you are going to select your sample randomly. How? Because random sampling is a quantitative method of inquiry. It contradicts what you have set out to do. So rather than select a random group of individuals, qualitative researchers will purposely select individuals who they believe will be able to lend insight to the research problem. For example, I think I have to do what you told me now. I have to reduce the size, the font size. You can see I'm a fast learner.
Alternatively, you can enlarge your slide to fill up the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to change the color so that this one becomes more visible. I hope it works. Yeah. If it does, then that's fine. Okay. And this one, it's already black. So, okay. I hope we can read it. I think we can. I think we can. Okay. Let's do the slideshow. Okay. So sample selection in a qualitative research. Rather than select a random group of individuals, qualitative researchers purposely select individuals who they believe will be able to lend insight into the research problem. For example, they may say in their research, we asked the health workers, we asked the healthcare liaisons to identify participants who they regarded as representative of specific clinical population, for instance, spinal cord amputation or cerebral palsy, and who were particularly fluent in describing their views. You see how they select participants in qualitative study.
This is a huge eye-opener.
This is how it is reported in a qualitative study. But if you come to qualitative study, you see in most of our thesis or something, I randomly selected, I did convenience sampling. How? Because you do not understand that it is only by expert opinion or expert judgment that samples are selected in qualitative study. Because of the assumptions, there are 5 assumptions, you must know them, of each research paradigm. So you don't make mistakes crossing the line. Now, because of complexities of multiple realities, quantitative researchers seek to describe, therefore, a reactive thinking instrument is needed because of the complexities. So you need a reactive thinking instrument. The instrument they use is different from the instrument you use in quantitative studies. The drama from this thing, but I will overcome it. But I'll just minimize. Oh,
in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Because I really need you people to see it, and what you are seeing now is not something you may have seen in your education in Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm only doing this because I have been opportuned to work outside, teach outside, interact outside. So you begin to compare the level of knowledge we have and what they have. And you see there is a big gulf. And that's the beauty of this type of webinar, because it helps us to catch up and reorientate us. And when we are open-minded, we go far. So because of the complexities you have in qualitative number of realities you deal with in qualitative research, the researchers in this area seek to describe, therefore, a reactive thinking instrument is very needed. They are more reactive in the way they do their things than proactive. So, example, the interviews were open-ended. That's how they document about their instrument. The interviews were open-ended and relatively unstructured. So they are not proactive. Their interviews are open-ended, they are unstructured. So they allow the person being interviewed to lead them. They don't restrict them. They don't ask close-ended questions. Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. So when you begin to have psychometric instruments, which gives you yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, and you use it in a qualitative study, and you come and tell me this is a qualitative study, and I gave them a psychometric instrument to answer a questionnaire, and in that questionnaire, you gave them options, A, B, C, D, E, think which one applies to you. That is not a qualitative study. It can never be. It is a quantitative study because a qualitative study must be unstructured. And it must be open-ended, allowing the reality to come from the person you are interviewing. Say your reality the way it is. I don't want to inject my view. Say me what the reality is. Because we wanted the participants to guide the interview, the protocol was flexible, and the order of discussion often shifted depending on the direction taken by the individual. You can actually draft your interview guide where you put down the questions you are going to ask in the order you want to ask them so that they are logical in nature. But you have to be flexible because the person answering the question may even jump that order and go to the other one. It's fine. You don't restrict him. You don't say, no, stop. Let me call you back. You are going too far. No, you are interfering with the reality. Let them tell their story. When they are done, you ask the other question. They may answer question 6 before they come to question 3. It's fine. So there is some flexibility. There is open-endedness in their instrument. So their instrument is reactive. It is not proactive. But in quantitative research paradigm, the instruments there are proactive. This one is designed to measure temperature. It must be in Celsius or nothing. This one must measure weight. It must be in kg or nothing. Anything outside kg are not involved. This one must measure. So you see, they have already programmed it. They are proactive in what it will measure, how it will measure it. They will even tell you to describe how it must be measured. And if you don't go through that, in fact, develop an SOP, standard operating procedure. You must go through this, otherwise heaven will fall. But that is not the procedure with qualitative paradigm. So when you begin to see an instrument that is proactive and not an instrument that is reactive in qualitative paradigm, you are crossing the line. Data collected in qualitative studies are usually not numerical. In fact, there was when I did a narrative synthesis some time ago, I said I did a narrative synthesis in a literature review, and it showed that 98% of the papers supported this, and the changes were very significant. I gave the p-value across the papers, and kaza in my abstract. When I was done, the reviewer asked me a question. Say, I thought you said you were doing a narrative review. How come I am seeing p-value? I am seeing percentages. Aha, I say, oh my goodness. I know I have gone into, the percentages could go, but the p-value, how come? I screamed. I knew I have gone into the wrong dimension. Because there are paradigms governing it. Since it's a narrative review, you cannot put a p-value. P-value is an inferential statistics. You have to simply describe. Observe, describe, document. Observe, narrate. Observe, document, and narrate what you have observed, what you have documented, period. So also it is in qualitative studies. Usually, you don't report the data in numerical value. But once you hear data, you think it's a figure number. No. You have data that are qualitative data. Analysis in this area are thematic in nature. And you document them not in numerical context, but rather they are verbal, they consist of feelings, perceptions, rather than presumed facts. That's when you hear perception of physiotherapists about HIV/AIDS, and then you see questionnaire all over the place. Title of work, perception of physiotherapist about weight loss program. And then you are see what is questionnaire doing there? Because the title of your work shows it's a qualitative study. Perception, you are dealing with a construct. It only lends itself to a qualitative study. But if for any reason you must do any other thing there, it will become a mixed method study, in which case you will study one arm of the study using qualitative study. In the next phase, you use quantitative study, and then you triangulate your data. Either you triangulate the method or you triangulate the data. And you must now tell us which one is validating the other one. So is it a qual to quant study? That is qualitative, and being validated is the main study being validated by the quantitative, or is it a quant to qual? The quantitative is the main study being validated by the qualitative. These things have meaning, they have impact, they have implication. So you don't just jump into research without understanding the provisions of different paradigms and the principles and regulation. The natural setting is used for qualitative research. This is very important because you want to know the perception of market women or rural women about physiotherapy intervention in antenatal exercises. You want to know their perception of rural women. And then you conducted the interview of rural women who came to your hospital in Abeokuta, or rural women who came to your hospital in Lagos. At the end, you report it. You have wasted your paper. If I'm your reviewer, the entire document you produce is null and void. Because it is required that you will conduct that interview in the natural setting. You must go to their village. In that natural setting where they'll stay. Otherwise, everything you have done there is balderdash. You have not been able to exhume the reality from them. You must go to the natural setting where they live naturally. That's where you must conduct that interview, not in the hospital. Be mindful of these things. Now, let me reduce it as usual. The font size should come to something like this. Okay, 24 is fine. Okay. So, because everything is time and context dependent when you are dealing with qualitative research paradigm. So the researchers in this paradigm believe there is little to be gained and much to be lost from creating an artificial and study, environment or study situation. So don't go to study them in the hospital. Whereas they have a place of abode, go there and study them. If you are working in hospital community, you can do it in hospital community. But if you are working with participants who are rural women, you must go to rural area to ask them. If they are urban women, urban dwelling women, you must do that study in their home. So you don't gather them in hospital and say, I'm doing this interview in the hospital about something among urban women. No, you go to their houses. That's where you do it. Or you go to the town hall and ask them to come in their natural setting. What are the key points? The focus of every paradigm is reality. This is the traditional method of science, of philosophy of measurement. It is sometimes called positivism or logical positivism. I'm talking about quantitative paradigm. So I have ended the qualitative research paradigm. I'm sure you must have learned something from qualitative research paradigm. You can reflect now back to so many things you have done, and you will see that some of them may not stand the test of time. I also was a victim because I did some crazy stuff, thinking I was doing my research. But when I now got a little bit more enlightened, in fact, when I work with my colleagues in South Africa, I just look at them as if they are in a different world. Some of you must have done their postdoc in South Africa. You can attest to what I'm saying, especially if you have done it in a very good school, or if you have done that in Europe, or some of you have also done masters in Europe. If you do it in a good school, not some schools that now come up with anything and some location and they claim to be what they are not. Now, natural setting is used for qualitative study. But now let's go into quantitative study. We are done with qualitative. The key point in quantitative is to discover reality. The key point in qualitative is also to discover reality. However, the reality in qualitative, the nature of reality, they are construct realities, and there are multiple realities. But in quantitative study, this is the traditional science that we know. It is just the philosophy of measurement. It is also known as positivism or logical positivism. So when you hear positivism or logical positivism is quantitative research paradigm that we are speaking about, because of the central idea that one can only be certain or positive about anything that is verifiable through measurement and observation. So you call it logical positivism or positivism, and they only talk about, they are possible, they can only certain about anything that is measurable. Otherwise, if it cannot be measured, forget about it. So you have the assumptions. The assumptions of this logical positivism paradigm or quantitative research paradigm is that there is a single objective reality. You see, reality is only one, not multiple. The first goal of quantitative research is to determine the nature of this reality through measurement and observation of the phenomena of interest. And that is why they are normally called empirical studies. So this is empiricism. They believe they must have to measure it and observe that phenomena of interest themselves directly to provide the empirical first-hand evidence. The second goal of the just a minute. I don't know how these things scattered like this, but it's fine. So the second goal okay. There is a single reality, that's the first one. The second goal of quantitative research paradigm is to predict or control reality. They want to predict the reality. You see, hypothesis. So a common feature of quantitative research paradigm is that they want to predict reality and they want to control that reality. They want to manipulate that reality. So when you begin to now predict in a qualitative study, you are doing a study on perception of physiotherapists about cancer, recovery from cancer after electrotherapy intervention. I predict that, how can you predict now? Because you are doing a study that is qualitative in nature. You can make a prediction. Prediction is what happens only in quantitative research study. So you can't ever see hypothesis in a qualitative research study. Don't ever do it. So if they can predictably determine reality, they can predictably influence it. That is their goal. That is their idea. That is their disposition. So they want to control it. They want to predict it. And if they can predict it, they can control it. The second paradigm is that the investigator and subject or object of research can be independent of one another. Remember that the other one said that investigator and research, they influence both of them, one another. But this one is saying they are independent. Researcher can be an unobtrusive observer of a reality. They can observe without injecting themselves into it. And that's why you have to avoid selection bias, measurement bias, who knows who took which drug, who was given tests, you blind them. So blinding comes in as a way of, making them not to be obtrusive in dealing with that reality. The goal of quantitative research is to develop generalizable characterizations of reality. So they want to generalize their study globally, but qualitative studies don't generalize. So when you begin to generalize from a qualitative study based on what you have done, physiotherapists in Lagos as they accept this, or you say physiotherapists accept this generally as the right view. Whereas you did it in Lagos using a qualitative study. You can't say that. You can't generalize it, because once you have used qualitative study, you must always contextualize it and say physiotherapists in Lagos are likely to have this perception of this efficacy of this intervention also. So the limits of generalizability of a research are threats to its validity. So anything that limits you to generalize that research finding, they are threats to validity, and you must deal with them because your goal is to generalize it. That's why you now go as much as doing randomization to cure those threats. Cause and effect can be determined and differentiated from one another. That is the fourth assumption of the logical positivism or quantitative research paradigm. So the quantitative researchers are careful to differentiate experimental research from non-experimental research on the basis that causal inferences can only be drawn if researcher is able to manipulate an independent variable, the presumed cause, in a controlled fashion while observing the outcome of that manipulation on a dependent variable. So this is one of the assumptions of that. So that is why you see that when you are doing a quantitative study, you must have dependent and independent variable. They will even ask you which one is it. But don't go saying that when you are doing a qualitative study. You don't go and say, this is my dependent variable or independent variable, whereas you are doing a qualitative study. The fifth assumption is that research is value-free. Therefore, influence of investigators' opinion on social norms or contact is assumed to be eliminated. You must control for them. You must eliminate them so that it can lead you to objective discovery of truth without, contamination. The investigator is an impartial discoverer of reality or discoverer of truth, as far as this assumption is concerned. The role of theory in this assumption is that theory articulates or you develop a theory in advance of the conduct of the research. Whereas in the qualitative study, you don't develop a theory in advance. You can develop a theory at the end. The purpose is to determine whether the components of that theory can be confirmed, because you're going to test the hypothesis. The research hypothesis will be tested. In essence, the theory drives the study. Are you seeing it now? So when you do a study in quantitative research without a theory, you see why some reviewers will get angry. You are doing a study, they ask you, what theory is driving this study? You didn't state it. Because it's one of the assumptions of quantitative research that theories must drive their study. There must be a framework which you can within which you explain the expected relationship between the variables of interest. And yet you don't have any theory. So I go to read your study. There is no theory behind the study. And I'm worried. You are looking at effects of tense on pain. What theory? What is the theory behind it? None. It's not complete. A theory must drive the study because there must be a conceptual framework. There must be a conceptual framework. The purpose of the study, therefore, is to test if and then hypothesis. So mainly, the purpose of your quantitative paradigm will always come with if and then hypothesis. There must be a hypothesis because there is a theoretical framework and it points in a particular direction. So you deal with if and then. If this one is applicable, if this one is applicable, is obtained, then it is plausible that this should be the outcome. So you have the if and then hypothesis. They come with quantitative research paradigm. If and then hypothesis. Remember, I taught you how to make hypothesis. Given, however, therefore. And then it is different from this context now. If and then. Any situation of if and then lends itself to hypothesis. The importance of theory to this study is to predict outcomes based on the theory itself. The theory will predict outcome based on the provisions of that theory. How the theory have captured their relationship. You can now predict it. But when you don't have a theory and you are making predictions, within what context are you predicting? You are hypothesizing. Within what context are you hypothesizing? Or you have a theory and you are making hypothesis that is not explained in that theory. You are talking about the relationship between the variables not captured in that theory. It's because you have not taken time to understand and be guided by the research paradigm principles. And that is one thing I'm happy we are doing today. So the example, permit me to adjust my, because this is important, to minimize these things. Okay, I'll go to 24. Okay. All right, so the purpose of the study, therefore, is to test if and then, okay? Now, we predict that subjects who receive exercise, I'm giving you an example, and lifestyle modification instruction would show the most improvement. And this improvement will be associated with an increase in leg strength. The underlying sections are those to be measured and analyzed. They are the key operative things. We predict that the subjects who received exercise and lifestyle modification, that is the independent variable, instructions, would show the most improvement. It's showing you direction, most improvement. And the improvement will be associated with an increase in leg strength. That is the outcome or the dependent variable. So, and these are the things that will be measured. You must measure that improvement, but improvement in leg strength. The basic elements of this quantitative paradigm is, number one, if the if factor, if the weakness of lower extremities leads to overuse of upper extremities, then the relevant lower extremity muscle group must be strengthened and or behavioral pattern leading to overuse must be altered. This is an example of how to apply this theory, the theories of quantitative paradigm. If and then, these are considerations. So are you seeing that I can make a statement of facts about what to expect and the direction of the study based on theoretical framework, if and then. If the weakness of lower extremities leads to overuse of upper extremities, then the relevant lower extremity muscle group must be strengthened and or behavioral patterns leading to overuse must be altered. So quantitative researchers want to be able to generalize their findings similar to those studied. Therefore, they must articulate an elaborate set of inclusion and exclusion criteria so that readers can determine the group to which the research can be generalized. It's one of the demands of research paradigm, quantitative research paradigm. So if you come to quantitative research paradigm and you don't put inclusion and exclusion criteria, then it is something else. But in qualitative paradigm, you don't necessarily see inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria. For the above study, inclusion criteria could be polio survivors, males age 1939, with bilateral knee extensors. You know how you draw up your inclusion criteria. And you know how you also draw up your exclusion criteria. You put the necessary elements you need to exclude because they are confounders. They are confounding components and confounding variables. You don't want them to provide alternative explanations for the outcome of your intervention or for the outcome for which you are investigating that phenomenon. Once individuals are selected for a quantitative study, the way they are placed into group is also viewed as an important control mechanism. And that brings us to the concept of randomization. Once you have selected an individual for a study that is quantitative in nature, immediately you do that, another important issue also arises. How you place them in groups to receive intervention or to be in the control. Random assignments to group is the preferred way to maximize the chances that the groups have, similar to characteristics. That is, chances that the group have similar characteristics at the start of the study. So you have baseline comparability. It's required for quantitative study, according to the dictates of the paradigm, but it's not required in qualitative. Examples of inclusion-exclusion criteria, I have already provided so many. Precision measurement is another key important requirement for the paradigm. Precision in measurement is a very important expression and the belief in an objective reality. Two important issues here are validity and reliability of the test instruments. So you're just not measuring anything, but is he measuring what he's supposed to measure? And to what extent is he consistent in measuring that? That is reliability and validity for you. So consideration is also given for sensitivity of the tests that you conduct as well. So these are key elements that are involved. Then you have the controlled manipulation as another important element of quantitative paradigm. So researchers here do their best for documentation. The effect of intervention is that which allows one to determine causes and effects in response to controlled manipulation of the experimenter. So controlled manipulation is the only valid source of of demonstrating or proving effectiveness of the intervention itself. So they can say, when we didn't manipulate, this is what we found. When we manipulated, there was a change. And they now use it as cause and effect. It's one of their beliefs, applicable for the control research paradigm. Then they have the control of extraneous variables, which we all do when we do our study. We try to eliminate the variables of the confounding variables. So without doing it, they will say that it now begins to affect their ability to establish cause and effect in the relationships without having a different alternative hypothesis now. So even when such controls leads to implementation of experimental procedures, just a minute. All right. So researchers who adopt a quantitative research approach generally believe that the control of extraneous variables is critical to establishing cause and effect relationship. Even when such control leads to the implementation of experimental procedures that may not be fully representative of a typical clinical practice, they still demand that that control, be demonstrated, even if in real life it's not done. They want to see it in the experiment to believe that it has some role or relevance in real life. So these various types of research paradigms, they vary, including the single system paradigm. And one of the important things you notice is their research design. The research design is a key requirement, and it varies across research paradigms. But what is a research design? Just a blueprint. And research design is a blueprint that tells you how you are going to do your study. You have developed that, just like when you want to build a house, you develop a blueprint which you call architectural drawing. So such architectural drawing are blueprints. So in that research design, control in that research design refers to degree of accuracy or appropriateness of the research design when considering 4 components. So to know that in the research design you have controlled for extraneous variables, there are 4 components you have to look at. How the subjects are sampled, that is the first control. The sampling technique, is it random? If it's not randomized, it's not appropriately controlled. How the subjects are assessed or measured. Does the person who measured the subject, is he the same person who is the one, who is the investigator? Is the investigator blinded? So blinding comes in as another element. Blinding of assessment. How the data are collected from the subject. How did you collect that data? Was it collected the right way? Was the measurement done the right way? Or was it done the wrong way? And how the data are used to answer the research questions. Statistical analysis becomes relevant and important. Those are areas where you can exert control. So you can control for confounding variables using statistical methods. And that is why ANCOVA is utilized in controlling for extraneous variables as a means of controlling for extraneous variables. So you can use statistical means to do that. So maintaining control in design is an integral part of most research, especially experimental and non-experimental research. The degree of control in a research design often determines if the findings of that study are valid or if they're not valid. If you do topics and designs in health sciences, and there are a lot of citations, that you can use. There are topics and designs that we can take a look to see how these things reflect the design, how they reflect the control, and so on and so forth. And let's just take a quick look at some topics, and I think that will be towards the last part of our study. There is a study, and this study says sonographic assessment of size and parenchymal ecotexture of the spleen among sickle cell disease patients at UNTH Itukozala, Nigeria. It presents summary of objectives. Just a minute. I want us to learn something from these life situations. Determine spleen size and characterize splenic parenchyma ecotexture of sickle cell disease patients in comparison with normal genotype control patients or groups. Assess the degree of relationship between age, stroke, height or weight, and spleen size of sickle cell disease patients. Now, so we have the title and the summary of objectives. If you take a look, you will see that this objective will determine the type of methodology, because in the first objective, you want to determine the spleen size and characterize the spleen parenchyma. There is no intervention. And you want to look at relationship of what you have already discovered. In this study, you are not going to do any intervention. And therefore, the method you will use will be different in investigating it. This could be a cross-sectional prospective survey design. And the study will involve two groups, sickle cell patients and those who do not have it. So from the objective and the title, you already know what to expect and the kind of controls you have to inject. And the statistical analysis will be comparing two groups that are not dependent. And therefore, we expect that you do independent t-test, not really dependent t-test, because students t-test is dependent t-test. So student t-test is not appropriate here. It should be independent t-test, because these are two groups. It's only when you are doing the same test, post-test, pre-test, that you can talk about, student t-test or dependent t-test, because you are still doing it in the same group. Why is it called student t-test? It's called student t-test because the person that discovered it was using a hidden name. He didn't want himself to be known. So when he was publishing his study, he kept publishing as name of the author, student. Eventually, he was known anyway. I've forgotten his real name. So they named that statistical approach after him. And that's why it's called student t-test or dependent t-test. Independent t-test for comparing SD with normal genotype controls. And then person product moment correlation analysis for determining of the relationship between spleen size and age or height. You're using, everything here is quantitative, and they're using quantitative research tools, statistical tools for their measurement. There's another project. If you look at the title, serum levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines and some genetic factors among children with Plasmodium falciparum malaria in Nnewi, Anambra State, Nigeria. I want to ask you, this project, what type of research design is appropriate? Are we going to, just tell me the type of research design you think you can use for this. Because the paradigm envisages that you can determine that research design from, and even the methodology, or the method rather. Anybody want to try? Is it experimental or non-experimental? Let's start with that.
It is experimental.
No, I don't agree. Because experimental suggests that there will be a manipulation, isn't it?
It's not experimental. There's no independent or dependent manipulation. It's just to see the relationship between serum level and genetic factors amongst these children.
Exactly. So,
and it's also descriptive. It's more of a
yes,
thing.
yes, it can be descriptive actually. So this is not going to be an experimental study. But if you hear the effects of this variable on this one, then you're dealing with experimental. The objective is assess serum levels of pro-inflammatory, just assessing it. Determine the influence of ABO group and this. Correlate the serum level cytokine levels with varied malaria disease manifestations. These are good studies, and the objectives are very clear. But this is a case control study design, and it's not an experimental design. What are the suggested statistical approaches? One-way analysis of variance and post-hoc tests to separate the variant means. Chi-square test to evaluate the association between blood groups, because there's a difference between association and correlation or relationship. Association means to determine whether the presence of this will lead to the absence of the other one, or whether the presence of one factor will lead to the presence of the other factor. So when you're looking at absent and present, you are dealing with association. Wherever we find this, we're likely to find that. But correlation tells you when this one changes in value, this one must change, either changing up or going down. Association has no direction and magnitude, but relationship has direction and magnitude. So chi-square is normally utilized in that sense. But these are non-parametric values are tested with chi-square, whereas parametric values are tested with correlation statistics, like Pearson correlation coefficient. You see Pearson correlation analysis for determination of relationship between level of this and that. If you take a look at that level of this and that there, you will see that these are parameters. They have standard unit of measurement. So what I did here is to mention different topics of works done by people, and I already recognized those people. They are professors and they are published some works, and I have tried to utilize them to show you different type of topics and how they influence the research design and how they also influence the analysis, the statistical test. And finally, I want to give you an insight, a rough guide to research design, because that's one thing that also affects us. How do you know the type of research design to use? You know if you are able to follow this simple procedure. If comparisons are made and the answer is yes, you go down further. If a comparison is made, no, it must be a descriptive study because no comparisons are made. In that case, you simply go and take a look. What you expect to do is to observe, describe, and document. And that is finished. If comparisons are made, we are subjects choosing based on outcomes. If yes, it must be a case control study. If no, we are subjects followed over time. If yes, you continue. If no, it must be a cross-sectional study. So you see, descriptive comes, then case control comes, then followed by cross-section. And if they were followed over time, did the investigator make interventions? If you say no, they are cohort study. And if the investigator made interventions, the interventions, what is their nature? They are likely to be randomized control trials or things like that. If no interventions, we are subjects compared with themselves. Yes, there may be before-after study. Were intervention subjects compared with the other subjects? Yes, I mean, it could be randomized control. If interventions are not compared, it could be randomized only. And were intervention subjects compared with other subjects? If yes, yes. If no, it could be clinical anecdote study. So there are different research paradigms. And of course, there are different research designs under the quantitative study. And so here ends this third and last module of our webinar. Any questions? Taking a look at the chat box.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please have the recordings.
I presume that Jibril and the group have been recording. They should be able to send to you. I hope they have been. Otherwise, that would have been a missed opportunity. But I trust. Jibril, are you people recording?
Yes, sir, it's recorded.
That's good. So I'm sure they will be able to give you the recording. So if there are questions, otherwise, I hope you found this webinar a little bit helpful. I hope it helps you. And I hope it stimulates you as a clinician to know that you are actually a reservoir of knowledge. You have everything. In fact, the people I envy most are clinicians. If I have the access to be a clinician, the world will hear about me, because you people have tons and tons of data. And I believe that this will stimulate you to do something. I want to come to international conferences and see clinicians present fantastic paper. That's what you see in Europe. Clinicians present fantastic paper because they understand their place. They are the custodians of the data themselves. So they take advantage of it a lot. And if you take a look at most of the presentations at international forum, you will see clinicians doing so well. And I believe that our clinicians will do so much. And then there is also there is collaboration. You know, I encourage you also to collaborate, multi-sectoral, cross-institutional, you know, so multidisciplinary collaboration. Be open to work with other people from other disciplines. But people will now begin to bring you into their research team when they ask you a question. What are you bringing to the table? And so when I started doing molecular studies in University of Nigeria, many people didn't like it because they felt the students are being stressed. But I know what I was doing. Because physiotherapy will only tell you, oh, physical activity, it improves range of motion. These are still at systemic level. And at the point, we went further to look at tissue level. The ultrasound with the destroyed scar tissue, improves scar tissue, and so these are tissue level. We're talking about cellular level. Health has gone to cell. In fact, now they are subatomic. We're talking about nanoparticles. And physiotherapy is still telling me about the impact of infrared on range of motion. What about the molecules elicited by our intervention? That is where medicine is. And I started doing that. I started looking at molecules like leptin. I started looking at tumor necrosis factor alpha. I started looking at molecules like C-reactive protein, interleukin 6, interleukin 10. I started looking at, you know, the ratio of anti-inflammatory and inflammatory agents. I started looking at superoxide dismutase. I started looking at lactate, you know, lactate expression and their level in the blood. You know, when I look at fatigue and so on. So everything I do went molecular. With time, my colleagues also bought into the idea. And you can't do any postgraduate study. It's difficult in UNN if you're not doing a molecular study. There must be a molecular component. That is the PhD, that is the master's. Otherwise, you do systematic review. I started systematic review after I came back from Europe. for my underG students, and they do so well in systematic review. Many of your colleagues who may have come to examine our students in Enugu will tell you that our undergraduate students, they do systematic. Initially, it was tough, but with time, we established it, and we have a lot of them. And you know, it was so good that my own students were appointed reviewers by international journals who never knew that they were students anyway. And they were reviewing journal articles. I have two of them, and they are high flyers. Miracle Anieto, who is in UK now doing his PhD, and Fortune Ezemonko, who is in UK, in US doing his PhD. He finished his master's in South Africa. Both of them were Mandela Rhodes Foundation scholars because they want scholarship because of their publication as students. They published with me in BMC Infectious Diseases. This is a high impact factor journal, 3.4, 4.1 impact factor on Thomson Reuters. And that's where we published. And they know it. And they are doing well. So physiotherapists can do great things, leveraging on research, you know, and I want to see you out there presenting papers and making impact. Japan is coming next year, WCPT 2025. I am on the conference planning committee, and so I'm conference program committee. I'm aware you all know. I want to see Nigerians present paper. I want to see you present paper. We're going to open up a call for abstract submission very shortly, maybe by next month. This month, yeah, maybe by middle of this month. We open up the call for next year conference. And it will close around October or something like that. So I want to see you present some papers, make out time, be known, make impact, participate. And the essence of this webinar will not be wasted if it is able to spur you, not just to create knowledge, but to share it on the world stage. You can make it, you can do it. And I assure you, when you begin to do that, you get the right recognition. And you know, I came into the Congress Program Committee, not on account of belonging to a professional body, no. We were all asked globally to submit our CVs. We submitted our CVs. We are asked to make motivation statements. We are asked to put so many texts, too many evaluations. We did so many things. And they have a panel of experts that evaluated thousands of applications globally. And out of that, only 8 were selected. And you know the whites, they don't do sentiments. But you can be rest assured that one of the reasons that made me succeed was I paid attention to research, publication, attending conferences globally. It's difficult to mention the ones I skipped globally. And at the end of the day, it somehow positively gave me an opportunity to serve the World Physiotherapy Body at global level. You can do the same, you can do much more. So let this be a stimulation. I'm always available to support anybody who have challenges. So thank you so much. And I hope to see you at conferences, presenting papers, and doing so well in publication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome.
So no further question? In the absence of question, we still sincerely thank Prof for the in-depth presentation and enlightening one. And we hope to see you another time again. And I'm very sorry for the short notice.
It's okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. All right.
The recordings and other materials will be sent later. Thank you.